Hello everyone, welcome to a class of Python for machine learning. So if you're planning to learn machine learning with the use of Python, then you are in the right place because in this class we will cover everything to get you started. Let's take a look what you learned from this class. An introduction to Python for machine learning, understanding machine learning while use Python for machine learning, getting started, basics of Python and interface of the Jupyter Notebook, NumPy and its inbuilt function part 1, NumPy and its inbuilt function part 2, learning data frames and data series in pandas, reading the .csv files using different parameters in pandas part 1, reading the .csv file using different parameters in pandas part 2. After completing this class, you will be able to understand the importance of machine learning, know about Jupyter Notebook and its usage, learn basics of Python, import NumPy library and many inbuilt functions, create arrays from normal data, create data frames and data series, different ways to read the .csv file using the pandas library, and learn different methods to access to objects inside the data frame. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you'll have class project. So what you learn, you will be able to participate in class project and you can do practice while you are learning. You will have supporting resources in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you have any question or if you have any doubts, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So now let's start learning Python for machine learning together. Hello everyone and welcome you all to the first chapter of the Python for machine learning tutorial. So now we are on our first chapter where I'll be giving you guys an introduction to machine learning in Python. Okay, so we will learn that how Python is important for your machine learning journey, how it is advanced from any other language. I'll be giving you guys introduction about a few other things, some of the basic usages of Python in machine learning and a lot of things as well. So this is just an introductory class where I'll be telling you guys in brief about each and everything. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, I want to give you guys an introduction to Python, which says in this tutorial, we will explore the foundations of Python programming. Okay, so we will also learn about the foundations of how the Python programming works, and also we will understand Python is crucial for anyone who is looking to excel in machine learning. So anyone like yourself, as you are taking this tutorial on machine learning, so to do that, you need to have a crucial understanding of Python. And also we will be covering the essential concepts, the tools and library that will provide you a solid base for advanced applications. Okay, so we will be learning about all that over here. And the next is why Python for machine learning? Like, why not any other language like C++ plus plus or some other languages available? Okay, so Python is basically favored for machine learning due to its simplicity and its readability. Okay, like Python is such a simple language which is very easily understandable and which you can just read. If you don't understand code as well, just by what's written you will be able to understand, and it's quite simple to use. Like if you do have some basic knowledge about Python programming, then you will be able to understand this better. Okay, like how the list work, how to create a variable, okay, how to define a function. Okay, these things are important and which are quite easily readable. At the same time, it's very simple to understand. Okay, so if you don't have any basic knowledge, so I will refer that you guys just get some basic knowledge about Python itself, which will just help you on the journey of learning about machine learning. So it also have extensive libraries which are like NumPy. Okay, we do have the pandas, we do have the Scikit-learn streamlined data manipulation and modeling, making it accessible for beginners and also professionals alike. So there are different kind of extensive libraries like NumPy. We do have the pandas, and also there is Scikit-learn, which actually streamline your data manipulation and also the modeling. So that is why we should use Python for machine learning. So these are few of the points, and there are many others as well. Okay. So we will see the basic syntax of Python. Okay. So what are the basic syntax and what we mean by that? So understanding the basic syntax of Python is essential. Well, as I have already told you that before getting started with machine learning, you should know the basics of Python. You should know that what a variable is, how to create a variable, what are different kind of data types like a string, a float, a integer. Okay, what are all of this? And also about control structures. Okay, and once you master these elements, which lays the groundwork for writing efficient and effective code in your machine learning projects. Okay, so once you're clear about this basic syntax in Python, then you will be able to understand things in a better way, which lays a groundwork or a foundation for your journey in machine learning. Okay, so understanding the basic syntax is very important. And if you don't have, I'll recommend that you guys do take a basic understanding about what these things are. Okay. And the next point over here is data handling with pandas. Okay. So pandas is basically a powerful library for data manipulation and also analyzing the data. Okay. So if you go into your search engine and in your search engine, if you just type pandas Python, you'll be able to see a website from where you guys can go or get access to a library which you can use for data manipulation and also for data analysis. Okay, if you have a set of data, you will be able to analyze those. And also, if you want to manipulate data, you guys can also do that. So it provides data frames for structured data, which allows for easy handling of missing values, helps in data filtering and aggregation. So if you do have a proficiency in pandas, it is vital for any kind of data scientist. Well, if your aim is to become a data scientist, you should have proficiency in panda, which is a vital part of achieving your goal as a data science. Okay, so you guys might be getting a bit confused over here, like what is handling of missing values, what is data filtering, and what is aggregation. Okay, so when we move deeper into classes, we'll be learning about all these things in detail, like what is linear regression and stuff, and all. We will learn each and everything in detail. So the next point is that numerical computation with NumPy. So NumPy is basically the backbone of numerical computing. So if you just hear the word numerical, you already do understand that what these things are about. So this is about numbers. Okay. So those are known as numerical computing, and it offers support for arrays, and matrices along with a collection of mathematical functions. Okay, so it do support for arrays, it do support you for matrices, and it also gives you a collection of mathematical functions. Mastering NumPy is crucial for efficient data processing in machine learning applications. So mastering NumPy is basically very crucial once you want to work efficiently in data processing in machine learning applications. So this is quite important, which we should learn. And now I will be giving you guys also an introduction to Scikit-learn. Okay, so Scikit-learn is basically a robust library for implementing machine learning algorithms. Okay, so this is a robust library from where you guys can do the machine learning and you guys can have different kind of algorithms which basically provide tools for classification, regression, and also clustering, making it easier for you to build and evaluate models. Okay, so once you do know about classification, regression, and clustering, it will make easier for you to build and evaluate a model for machine learning. So familiarity with Skittlers is essential for practical applications. Like when we're working practically in machine learning, Skitlearn is quite essential. So now, what are the best practices in Python? Adhering to best practices in Python programming ensures code quality and maintainability. This includes following naming conventions. You can write modular code utilizing version control, and these practices are crucial for collaborative machine learning projects. Okay, so you need to understand that what are its best practices in today's world, which is like naming conventions, writing different modular codes, and also utilizing different version control. Okay, so last but not the least, in conclusion, I like to say that the mastering fundamentals of Python is a gateway to excel in machine learning. So continue to practice and explore advanced topics such as deep learning and neural networks to enhance your skills and career prospects. So I hope you guys have got a basic idea what Python for machine learning is, why we should use Python. I do have given you guys some small explanation about NumPy, Skitlearn, and also about the pandas. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna start in detail about what we're gonna learn in machine learning. So see you all. Take care, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Python for Machine Learning tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 2, where we will be understanding machine learning. So we'll learn that what is machine learning basically and how it is different and how to understand machine learning and use those. And in our next classes, I'll tell you guys how you can get started with machine learning over here. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So the first thing when you see machine learning, like if somewhere it's written machine learning, the first question which comes into most of our mind is that what is machine learning? Well, if I try to make you guys understand in a simple language, then what is machine learning is that let's see this particular equation right over here. Okay. Now, if I try to do this particular equation manually, then it will take a lot of time. Okay. So machine learning is a type of learning that makes your work quite easier. So a computer, if you just see a calculator, okay, if you put this same number inside a calculator, it will calculate this number very easily and within seconds. But if you try to do this same mathematical problem using your own skill, like using your mathematical skill manually, then it might take a lot of time. So in this particular case, we do use machine learning, and we train the computer or the system in such a way that it makes some complex equation which is very hard for a human mind. It makes a lot easier. Okay, well, there are some geniuses who can do this mathematical equation quite easily, but if you think about most of the human being or average person, it is a hard equation. Okay, so machine learning is just training the machine like a human. Okay, so this is a mathematical equation. Okay, there can be some other mathematical equation as well which are very complex. Machine basically does all of those things quite easily. Okay, and also here, let's say you want to search a particular data from a group of record. Let's say there are a million records, and from that million records, what you want to do is you want to search a specific data about a specific person. Okay, so if you guys have seen in your offices, in the classes, and in most of the places, nowadays they do store your information inside the system. Okay, like if they search by your name or if they search by your registration number, they will get all of your records altogether. So if you think machine is advanced in this particular way as well, okay? So you need to make sure that you store all of your information, and just within few searches by your record number, or let's say with your name, everyone will get access to your record. Okay, so in this particular case also, we need to understand that machine learning is quite important. Okay, but there are few things which we also have to understand, that the human brain is basically advanced. Okay, so I will just give you guys few examples. Like if you go and see that a human being normally drives well comparing to an automated car. Well, automated cars are being now introduced and they are being used in many countries. But still now, most of the countries, they do prefer that manual driving is much better. Okay. And in most of the countries, till now, till today, they don't have access to electronic cars, and most of them, they don't switch to a electronic car, or let's say automated car, if I specifically tell you guys. Okay, so they do have driving test and stuff, and here a human brain or a human have more idea about how to drive a car manually. So in that case, we are basically a lot better than a machine till today. Okay, and now also, if I just give you guys an example, the natural language processing also, like if you're interacting with someone, human basically interacts better than a machine understand. Like if you're having one-on-one conversation with someone, they tend to understand you in a better way. Okay, like they will understand the emotion, they'll try to understand what you are trying to say. But if you're talking with a machine, till now maybe they don't understand that yet. So here, what we need to do is basically we need to train the machine to understand, and on a regular basis they have to understand, and we have to train the machine that they do understand us in a better way. Okay, so this is a continuous process. So if I try to tell you and in a simple language what machine learning is, so it is basically a bunch of artificial intelligence and computer science that focuses on the on using data and algorithms to enable AI to imitate the way that humans learn, gradually improving its accuracy. Okay, so over here, first thing first, we need to understand that this is a branch of artificial intelligence and computer science. So this is a branch of AI, okay, artificial intelligence and a computer science, which focuses on using data. So this particular data and all of these algorithms are given by humans, that it enables the AI, okay, which is the artificial intelligence, to imitate or to copy the way human learns. Okay, the way we learn, like when you are a small kid. Okay, so that time how you learn a particular language, how you learn your mother tongue, how you learn the behaviors. Okay, so all of these thing we need to make sure that we give data and algorithms to the computer, that they can understand and imitate the way humans learn, and the way when we were small. At first only we were not able to speak our mother tongue. Okay, we practiced for a time being. Okay, we understood, we practiced, and eventually we learned how to speak. So gradually the machine learning will also improve its accuracy. So in machine learning, if we tell, there are mostly different branches. So there is deep learning. Okay, most of the things, this is known as a deep learning, which is based on AI, and also they do have some computing skills as well. Okay, some complex mathematical equations can be done as well at the same time. So over here now we have to understand that how this deep learning or machine learning works. Okay, so if you think about the human brain, first we need to understand how a human brain works. Let's say you are a kid, okay, and over there in our head, we do, in our brain basically, we do have so many neurons. Okay, so neurons are basically receptors. Let's say someone told you something, let's say someone told you this particular image is a tiger, so we are actually visualizing that tiger. And a few of our receptors, neuron receptors, what they do is they tend to take that image and they tend to log that image and tell us, well, this is a tiger. Okay, so next time, let's say they show you the same image, and you might you are tend to forget sometimes. Okay, but now few of the receptors, they already have that particular image. Maybe that's not fully visible yet into your conscious mind when you are small. Okay, so again, on a continuous basis, you are learning. Someone is showing you that particular picture, or you're seeing it somewhere in your TV or somewhere. Okay, otherwise if you're going to the zoo, you are seeing a tiger. So once people tell that particular thing again and again, so you are tend to catch that thing quite easily. So once you see that, it just leaves an image in your conscious mind, that you know that, well, this is a tiger. Okay, so now let's say if someone shows you an image of a camel, and now at first might you might get confused. Well, you might get confused between a tiger and a camel. But once you learn, well, someone shows you that image, or you see a camel on a regular basis, and you see that tiger, also the images as well. So that particular time, you are most likely to understand and differentiate between what a camel is and what a tiger is. That's how a human mind or the neuron receptors basically work. So the receptors basically receive information, and it tries to save that inside your neurons, that you can remind, and you can just tell, well, this is a camel and that is a tiger. So the same way, we need to give algorithms and data to our PC to make them understand how human interacts and what are the things. And it totally depends on what data and what kind of algorithm we are providing. But practicing on a continuous basis inside the PC the same thing, using different kind of datas, then the PC or your system will understand, well, that's how it works. Okay, so that is basically known as machine learning. Okay, so if I tell you in today's time, where all this machine learning is being used. So if you just take up a look into your Gmail account, let's say, okay, if you do have a Gmail account, you guys will be able to see that the Gmail basically detects what are the spam messages. Okay, so if you ask me that how Gmail is able to understand that what is a spam message and what is not a spam message, because it did have a lot of data and a lot of time they do have seen what a spam message looks like and what is their address and stuff. So automatically they will put those particular messages inside the spam messages section. Okay, because so many spam messages they're receiving on a daily basis, and that type of command is basically given to that particular application that if your email contains all of this data, that is a spam message, and you should separate this and you should basically save this inside the spam message section. So this was one example. And if you take a look, like there are different speakers like Alexa. Let's take an example of Alexa. Like if you tell Alexa to play a particular song, or if you ask Alexa about something, well, they will give you guys that particular song, or they will give you guys that particular information. Maybe it's not 100% accurate all the time because it is on a learning process. So if you guys also have heard about the app known as the Chat GPT, there is a website of Chat GPT. We also do have the mobile app as well. Like if you type something, okay, they do interact with you like some person is basically interacting with you. Okay, and we need to understand that Chat GPT or all these AI things are learning on a regular basis based on your response. Okay, because once you search, you guys will be able to see that they're asking that was your search, like whatever you were looking for from answered from the machine, was it relevant or was it not relevant? And if you tell that, well, it was kind of relevant, then they'll ask you that how much do you want to rate it? Okay, so based on your input, it is getting developed on a daily or a regular basis. Okay, and also if I take another example, like you guys might have used YouTube, right? Like if you go into a YouTube account and in the search bar, let's say you want to search for food videos or some food vlogs. Okay, if you search like food vlogs, they will show you food vlogs itself. Okay, so here also they are learning. This is a branch of machine learning. Like regarding your keywords, whatever you're searching, it is just segregating that videos only, and it is showing you guys that video. Like if you want to search about individual, let's say a particular food vlogger vlogs, then you need to type their name and you will see that you will have those relevant searches. So we also have to understand as the days go by, it will become more powerful day by day. So this was few of the examples of how it actually works. And I hope you guys have now got an basic idea about what machine learning is. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Python for Machine Learning tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 3, where we will learn that why use Python for machine learning. Okay, here in this particular chapter, we will see that why most of them use Python for machine learning and also to for deep learning neural networks. So we'll be learning about that in detail. I'll be explaining you guys the points. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So first thing first, we need to know that Python is the best programming language for research and development in field of machine learning, which also includes the deep learning and also about the neural networking. Okay, so this is not just my word that I'm saying, but from a recent report from the Google Trends, it basically shows that the interest in Python programming language has grown very significantly. Okay, so in today's time, Google Trend have just did a survey, and in that particular survey, they do have seen that the interest in Python programming, whether you can tell personally, let's say an individual is learning Python programming, all the big corporate offices, okay, they are also using Python programming language. Okay, so uh, as so many people are basically using this particular language, as they do have a lot of things to offer to the people and it's quite easy to learn, so there is a significant increase in its growth in the running market. Okay, so it's a very good thing to learn. Okay, once you are familiar with Python and what Python language is, you guys will be able to understand about machine learning as well, like once you move deeper. But you should have good basic about the language, then you can move on to a significant side of the programming. Okay, so comparing to other programming languages, there are like the R machine learning. Okay, there is also Java machine learning, there is Scala machine learning, and also Julia machine learning. Okay, so if you compare all of this language with Python, there is a significant growth in its usage and also in ways of development. Okay, so now we are going to learn about few points that why people do prefer Python instead of other programming languages, and why it is good for you as well to learn Python as a programming language. So the first point is Python is very easy to use. Okay, so if you do have seen the Python codes, okay, you guys will know that, well, it's very readable. Like you are able to read those things up and you are able to understand those things in a very easy way. And also, if you have learned any other language, let's say you do have learned JavaScript first, but you don't have any basics about Python. But if you take a look into the Python programming, you guys will get a very good idea. Like it's just a cup of tea for you once you have learned some other languages and now you're switching to Python. But it's not the same for other languages. If you compare, let's say you do have learned Python first, and now you are moving on to other languages. Maybe you will find some difficulties, but here Python is very easy to use and very easy to understand, which is the first point. Okay, and the second point that people do prefer this particular code or this particular language is that you will be able to implement the code with less number of lines. Let's say you are doing some programming in some other language. Let's say you are doing it in JavaScript. Let's say if some code is taking around 300 to 400 lines for you to implement, that same thing you guys can do in Python with 30 to 40 lines. Okay, so that is quite time efficient and it saves a lot of time, and at the same time it's very simple. Okay, so if you just look into different kind of companies, so people also what they do is they tend to work with the use of Python as well. So this was the second point. And the third point is that Python basically provide you with multiple libraries and framework for you to work with. Okay, because as you're doing or as you're working with machine learning, you need to provide data to your machine, and the machine will basically learn or teach itself. And afterwards, once you give some relevant kind of data, it will try to guess that what can be the relevant thing that you're expecting from the machine, as it is keep on learning on a regular basis, and it is just giving you guys the answer the way it have learned. Okay, so over here some of the popular libraries and framework are NumPy. Okay, we will learn about NumPy in this particular class. We will learn that how pandas is quite important for like data analysis, like data comparison. Okay, and also the main point over here is the Scikit-learn. Okay, so we will also learn about what Scikit-learn is. Okay, so Scikit-learn basically is a website where they do have all the machine learning algorithm. Okay, so if you want to do any kind of machine learning algorithm, like you want to use any kind of machine learning algorithm, in that case you have to import skit-learn. Okay, like whether it's organized data or unorganized data, okay, they do have all the algorithms present in skitlearn. So you need to make sure that you import skitlearn, and whatever kind of algorithm you are searching for, you guys can mention that one and you can import that into your IDE. Okay, and also there is visualization library, there is like Seaborn, and there is matplotlib. Okay, and also there are deep learning neural network frameworks like TensorFlow, there is PyTorch, and there is Keras. So once a particular language provide you with a lot of resources, okay, and try to understand not only from them itself, they're just getting update on a regular basis at the same time. Let's say the way Python was before 3 years, it's not the same how it is right now. Okay, just compare for yourself and see how much they have growth in the language industry, like how much they have developed or how much they have updated. Okay, so this is the third point why most people or the programmers, they do tend to switch to Python programming language. Okay, and the last point and the fourth point is that they have community and corporate support. So what do I mean by this? Well, as I was telling you guys, in most of the companies now, they do use Python for machine learning. Okay, because it's very easy to use. And also, let's say I do have a new mm, intern coming into my office, and I want to tell them that, well, you should do or you should work with Python. This particular thing is your task. So I will choose that what is the efficient way that I can teach them and make use of that particular intern or that particular worker. Okay, so as I know that, well, Python is a very easy language, he will be able to, or he or she will be able to understand that particular language within very small amount of time. So obviously I will be going for that particular language, and that's why in most of the offices Python are being used for so many different kind of works, whether it be machine learning, whether it be app development or something like that. Okay, in a lot of ways Python are being used in today's world. Okay, and also if you take a look in YouTube and stuff, there are so many people that they're making videos on Python language. Okay, you guys will find most of those videos on Python language about different things. Okay, you will be able to see different tutorials on these libraries as well. Like if you want to specifically learn about NumPy or Pandas or Skitlearn, how you can actually use that, okay, you will have all those things over here as well. And if you just look at the big companies, okay, so now we will also learn or talk about what do I mean by the corporate support. Okay, if you look some big companies, like if you look at YouTube, so YouTube, you guys will see that the way they suggest you the video regarding your key searches. Okay, so if I search from my phone with the same keyword, maybe YouTube won't show me the same videos as they are showing you, because YouTube is more likely to understand that how or what type of content do you like and what kind of content you view for what many times. Okay, so understanding all this algorithm, based on that, it just gives you or provides you with the video relevant to your search. Okay, and also if you just see Google, okay, Google also works kind of the same way. Okay, there are other software, there is Gmail, well, and there are also Facebook, like Facebook understanding your behavior or your the way what you do, they understand your behavior, and after that they also suggest you friends, they do suggest you different pages, they do suggest you different kind of ads at the same time using machine learning. So yeah, I hope now it's clear for you guys that why Python for machine learning and not any other programming language. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of Python for machine learning tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 4 where we'll be learning how to get started for Python machine learning. So in this particular chapter, I'll be telling you guys that how you guys can download Python, how you guys will also download Anaconda, okay, which is a framework and that is quite important when you are planning to work with NumPy, when you are planning to work with pandas, okay. So these are the libraries you guys can import using the Anaconda. So I'll be telling you guys from where you guys can download that as well. So we will get started over here and also how to open up your Jupyter notebook. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So first thing first, over here, you guys can use any kind of search engine of your liking. And from your search engine, the first thing what you guys can do is you guys can just search for Anaconda download. Otherwise, if you just type Anaconda Python, you guys will be able to get access to all of this. So if you just take out a look over here, you guys can see the first web page which appears right over here will basically show you guys this kind of a page. Okay, so there is a way of how you guys will be able to download this one. Okay, so over here you guys can see provide email to download distribution. So you guys come here and you guys put out your email address, and if you want more information regarding them, you guys can just tick that mark as well and just click on submit, which will send an email into your email address. Okay, so from anaconda.com they will send you an email, and from the email you will have a link. Okay, so just click on that particular link and make sure to download your file. Okay, so just come over here, let me just put out my email address, and if I just click on submit, you guys can see now I do have all these options. Okay, like what for what I want to download. Do I want it to download for Windows? Do I want it to download it for a Mac, or do I want to download it for a Linux? Okay, but Anaconda will automatically detect that what you're using. Okay, like apps, I'm using a Windows. Here you guys can see it is showing me the option of download for Windows, not a Mac, because it auto detects that what am I using, like whether it's a Mac, Windows, or a Linux PC. Okay, so this is about downloading Anaconda. Okay, so for me, I do have already downloaded it. So if I just come over here, let me go into my E drive, and this is how it will basically look. Okay, so you just need to make sure that you double click over here, and you guys can see that this Anaconda is getting set. Okay, so you guys can come here, click on I agree. Okay, and here install for just me, click on next, and here you guys can see what it is showing you as a destination folder. Okay, so let me just come over here and I can just let's go to this PC and let me just save it into the E drive, and I will just click on OK. Otherwise, let's go browse in the E drive. Let's make a new folder known as Anaconda, and I will just click on OK. And now I will just click on next over here. And now I will also add Anaconda 3 to my path environment variable. And once I'm done, I will just click on install, And you guys can see this is basically getting installed. So it will take some time. I'll just wait. So here, as you guys can see, the installation is done. Now let's click on next, next, and I will click on finish. Okay. So as you guys can see now, this is done over here. You guys can also see over here, the installation was a success, and this is how you guys need to make sure that you download Anaconda. And once you're done downloading Anaconda, you can also, like, if you don't have Python in your PC, you guys can also download Python. Okay. So just type Python over here and you will have this website known as python.org. Go on to that particular website, and from there you guys can just go to downloads, and automatically you guys will be able to see that this is the latest version of Python. Okay, so you guys can download this one as well. Okay, and once you have downloaded this, as I have already downloaded, I won't download it again. Okay, you guys can also double click over here, and also after double clicking here, you guys can just click on install now. Otherwise you guys can just customize installation. Okay, and make sure that you always add Python to your path. Okay, so you need to make sure that you add Python .exe to your path, and it's just the same way how I showed you guys that Anaconda will get downloaded. So let me just cancel this. Yes, over here, and now I will just cancel this over here as well. And this is a way of how to download Python. So as I have showed you that how you will download Anaconda and install Anaconda the same way I have showed you how you can install Python as well. Let me just close this one. Well, let me come here. Let me just close this. And yes. And now the next thing is that how you will be able to create up a new Jupyter notebook. Okay. So now let's say here inside this Python for machine learning file, I want to create out this new Jupyter notebook. Okay. So for that, what I can do is you guys can just go into your command prompt. Well, you guys can just type command, and here you do have your command prompt. And before that, let me just come here and let me just check out the version of Python which is installed. So just type py space uh, double slash version, and here you guys can see Python 3.11.3 is being installed in my system. And at the same way, what I can also do is I can also type conda double slash version, and if I just come here and if I just click on enter, you guys will also be able to see that what is the version of Conda you are using, which is 24.5.0. So Conda is basically Anaconda, and here now you guys are able to understand that, well, there was no problem in installing because it is showing me you over here. Okay. So now, as this is basically done, now the next thing is, let's say you want to create out a Jupyter notebook. Okay. So for that, now you need to select that in which drive you have stored, or you in which drive you want to source. So I will come here and you guys can see I have written C colon, which is showing me that it's in my C drive. So I will just type CD, and I will just name this one as Python for machine learning resource file. Let's go with Python for tab, or let's go with Python for machine learning resource file. Okay. So you guys can just type it quite like this. Otherwise, make sure to use these capital letters and the small letters as well for machine learning resource file. And if I just click on enter, here you guys can see now it is not able to see in which file it is basically present. Okay, so let's say instead of this, if I just go to the E drive, okay, so E colon enter, and here now inside the E drive, let me just check what are the files present over here. Okay, and let's say if I just come here and let me just type ABC. Okay, so let me just create this ABC file over here, and from here C D A B C, and here now I will just type Jupyter notebook, and now let's click on enter after typing Jupyter notebook. And over here you guys will be able to see that now my Jupyter notebook will be open in a web browser. Okay, so I will just wait over here, and as you guys can see now here, this is the home page of the Jupyter notebook. Okay, so the same way, if you do want to change out its name, well, let's come here, and from here let's name this one as machine learning, and let's come here, and you guys can see it's showing me that here to try again. Okay, so you guys won't be able to change the name when this particular file is in use. Okay, so let's come over here, and now you guys can just create up a new file. Okay, so I will just go to new, and from here I will just click on notebook, and underneath you guys can see that there are no files, means that particular folder in which you open the Jupyter notebook is basically empty. So I'll just click on notebook over here, and you guys can see now I do have created this Jupyter notebook, and over here I will select Python 3. Let me select it right over here, and this is basically the interface where we are going to learn about our whole class. Okay, so if you want to change out the name, so just click over here, and now let me name this class as machine learning. Okay, so I will just click on rename, and this is basically getting saved. So I hope this class was clear on how to get started with Python, Anaconda, and also your Jupyter notebook. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we are going to learn the basics of Python. Okay, like if you don't have any idea, I'll just brush you guys through, but if you have previous knowledge about Python, you guys can also skip that particular class. Okay, but I will just brush through like what is a variable, what are different kind of data types, how to print, what is this interface like, how to work in this particular interface. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Python for Machine Learning tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 5, where we'll be learning about the basics of Python and the interface of the Jupyter notebook. So in our last class, we do have learned about how you will be able to install Anaconda, how you will be able to install Python, and also about the about how you can actually create a Jupyter notebook. So the interface we are gonna learn in this particular chapter. Well, I will be telling you guys how the code works inside Jupyter notebook, what are the options, how you'll be able to navigate through the interface, and also we will just brush through the basics of Python, like what a variable is, what are different kind of commands, okay, what is a list, what are different kind of data types. So I'll just give you guys a brief. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So well, as you guys can see, now I'm here in a Jupyter notebook, which I do have created in our last class. Okay. So this individual lines, each and every line is basically called as a cell. Okay. So each of this line is actually called a cell. And if you want to create some lines underneath, you need to make sure that you come here and you click on B from your keyboard and it will create cell just underneath the cell you have selected. And if you want to create a cell, let's say if I just fill this one up with something, and now over here I want to create cell on top of this particular cell, I will click on A. Okay. So A and B, and the same way, if you want to delete those cells, now you guys need to click on double D. Okay. So click on double D. Let's come here. Let's click double D. Let's click double D right over here. Okay. So here in Jupyter Notebook, basically we do have three kinds of cell. Okay, so the first one is a code cell. Okay, most of the time we will be using both of this, which is a code cell, and the other one is a markdown cell. So the difference between a code cell is that if you want to execute a code, let's say I want to print something. Okay, so let's come here. So hello guys. Okay, and I want to execute this one, so I can just click on shift and enter from my keyboard, and here you guys can see I do have it printed as hello guys in the first cell. Okay, so this is how you guys can execute a particular cell. But the same way, let's say if you want to type and now you want to go back, okay, like you want to neutralize your cell, so just click on escape from your keyboard. Otherwise, just click right over here outside of the cell. And now, if you just click M, and here you guys can see the particular cell have turned from a code cell to a markdown cell. Now let's come over here and using this slash, let's say you guys can make headings. Let's come here and let's see if I just use 2# and I'll just type the same thing. Okay. And also now let's go with 3#. And now I will just type down the same thing, shift and enter to execute my code. And you guys can see the size of the letter varies. Okay. So using the markdown cell, mostly you guys can actually create some heading, subheading, and also different kind of small headings in different places. Okay, so that is the usage of the markdown cell. So inside markdown cell, we won't be able to execute a code also. Like if you try to execute any kind of code, it will show you an error. So let me come here, let me delete this one, shift and enter over here again. Let's come here, shift and enter. Otherwise, let's try to execute some other code as well. Let's go with print. And let me just change this one from a markdown cell to a code cell. So I will just click on code over here, and as you guys can see, this markdown cell have turned it into a code cell as well. Okay, so these are few of the options. And under file, if you want to create some new notebook, you guys do have the option of new notebook. If you want to save, you guys can save this particular notebook. If you want to download, you guys can do that. Otherwise, here are different options of, like, if you want to download this notebook into PDF format or any other format, you guys can also do that. Okay, here you do have this executable script option. which you can download, and you guys can open up the same file in other IDEs. Like there is PyCharm, there is VS Code, and also different other uh, codes as well. Okay, and from edit option, if you want to cut any cell, if you want to copy from any cell, you guys can do that. There are different options. If you want to merge two cells all together or split a cell, you guys can also do that using here. And also there are shortcuts of if you want to duplicate, if you want to move this cell up, let's say I want to move this cell down, I can use this one. If you want to move this cell up, you guys can use this particular arrow. And here you do have, if you want to insert a cell above, and I do have already teach you guys about the shortcut, which is A for the top and B for down. And if you want to delete any cell permanently, you guys can just use this delete cell key over here. Otherwise, you guys can just double click the D. Okay, so that's how it actually works. So over here, if you want to run the selected cell, okay, you guys can also run the selected cell right from here instead of pressing Shift plus Enter. Okay, so I hope till now you guys are clear. Now let's move on to the basics of learning Python. Okay, so we do have understood about the interface. I hope you guys are somewhat familiar, but when we move deeper into our classes, you guys will get better knowledge. Now, when you're working in Python, there are different things like if you want to store a particular information, okay, if you want to store a particular information inside something, that is basically known as a variable. Okay, so what is a variable? So if you want to comment out, let's say you don't want that particular thing to get executed, so I will just type variable, and let's come here, and you can name your variable anything. Okay, so you guys can just type one equal to, let's say you want to store some string. Okay, so you need to make sure that you do put that one inside a single quote, or you do put that one inside a double quote. Let's say inside one, I want to store ONE. Okay, so that is the thing which I want to store inside this one variable. Okay, so you guys can come here. Otherwise, you guys can just change the name as well. And now let's click on enter. Let's click on print one. Okay, so shift and enter. You guys can see the content which I do have inside this ONE is being printed right over here once I have executed this particular cell. Okay, so see, in simple word, this is known as a variable inside which we can store a particular information. Okay, and here you guys can use multiple information. You need to make sure that you use a singular information. Like if you want to store one number, or if you want to store a string, you have to choose but only one data type. Okay, so that is actually known as a variable. And the next thing we are going to learn about is different kind of data types. So I'm just brushing through. If you guys already know, you can just skip this particular part. Okay, different data types. Okay, so let's come here, and the first data type is basically a string. Okay, so as you guys can see over here, we already have learned that what a string is. Okay, what a string variable is. So I can just type string var, and you guys can see that I didn't write both of these word altogether. I do have a gap, but here there is a underscore, and I do have this word. So whenever you're typing that, you need to make sure. So just click equal to, and now you guys can just type a name. Let's say Hoffman. Okay, so you guys can just type Hoffman, and this is a string data type. And if you want to check what kind of data type it is, you guys can just type here print string underscore var, And if you want to check that data type, let's come here. Let's close this down as well. And over here, now let me just type shift and enter. And here, now I can't give this a print statement. Let's just delete out the print statement, shift and enter. And you guys can see it is showing me str, which resembles that this is a string. And also the next data type is an integer. So I will just name this one as integer var equal to a number. So it should be a whole number as you guys can see. I do have name or I do have put a 12, or you guys can just put out any whole numbers over here. Okay, so I will just come here and I will put out the print variable, or if you want to see the type, I will just put type. And then inside, if I just click on integer, let's go with integer underscore var, shift and enter to run. You guys can see this is the int, which means that this is a integer data type. So same like integer data type, we also do have a data type known as float. So let me just name this one as float underscore var, which can be equal to a decimal number. So any number, let's say 13.23. Okay, so this is not a whole number but a decimal number. Okay, so the same way, if I just come here, Control C to copy, enter, Control V to paste, and instead of integer, I will type float, shift and enter over here, which is a float var. So also we need to understand one thing, that if you are using a capital letter once you're mentioning the variable, you need to make sure that when you're executing the code, you are also putting the capital letter as well. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is a float data type. And also there is other data type which can be of two types, okay, known as Boolean values. Okay, so Boolean data type is like true or false. Okay, like if I just put true and let's click shift and enter here, it will show me true. Okay, so I will just put this one inside this parenthesis. Let's come here, I will just click on type, shift and enter. Here it shows me that this is a Boolean value. So we do have learned about what a variable is, and also inside a variable you guys can store a string, you guys can store a integer, you guys can store a float, and also you guys can store up a Boolean value. Okay, so we do have learned about that. Okay, so now the next thing what we're gonna learn over here is that what is a Python list. Okay, so inside variable, as I have already told you, that you guys can only store one information. But now if you want to store multiple information, let's name this one as Python list. Let's click on enter. And now if you want to store multiple information or multiple data types in one singular place, so how you guys gonna do that? Let's say I will name this one as my underscore list, and you need to put on the equals to sign. And whenever you are mentioning a variable or a list, you need to make sure that you do put your information inside of a square bracket. So open up your square bracket, and inside a list, you guys can basically put a string. Okay, let me just put Aaron. You guys can put out a whole number. You guys can put out a decimal number. Okay, let's go with 0.12. And you can also put out a Boolean value as well. Okay. So it won't basically show you guys any kind of error. So now let's click on enter. And if you want to print my underscore list, shift and enter, you guys can see my list is basically getting printed. So this is a list. And now the next thing what I'm gonna show you guys is a Python dictionary. Okay, so mostly both of these things are important. One is a Python list and the other one is a Python dictionary. So Python dictionaries are basically key value pairs. Okay, so as you guys can see over here, I do have stored each information. Okay, like one different kind of data type inside one list. But in dictionary, we store key value pairs. Okay, so there are two things. One is a key, and inside the key, that particular key do have a value. Okay, so to write a dictionary, you guys can name your dictionary anything. Let's say I will just name that one my underscore dictionary equal to, and now to signify your dictionary, you need to use the curly braces. Okay, so you need to use the curly braces. And as I was already telling you guys, that it consists of two uh, items. Okay, one is a key and one is the value of the key. So first I need to mention the name of the key. Okay, so I will just name this one as K1. And now I will just separate this key one from the value using the colon. Let's come here and let's open out the double quote. And over here, now I will just type 1. And also you need to make sure that you put comma in between. Now let's click on enter. And the same way, I will just type key 2 colon 2. And now let's click on enter. Key 3 colon, and now I will just type 3. Okay, so this is how you guys basically write a dictionary. So on the left hand side, these are the keys, and inside these keys here you do have the value of the keys. Okay, so that is how you guys type a dictionary. So mostly this Python list and Python dictionaries are very much important when you're working. Okay, so you need to understand about that. And also there is Python sets, there is Python tuples, which we will learn slowly once we move deeper into our classes. So yeah, I hope this particular class was clear, like how you guys will be able to work in like the Jupyter notebook, how to actually work with Python. I have told you guys few of the basics. I didn't cover much because there is time restriction at the same time as well. Like if I start taking, then it will be a basic Python's beginner tutorial, right? So I can't do that as I am trying to teach you guys about machine learning. So just give you guys or brushed you up guys with this. Like if you guys would have forgot few simple things, now you guys are brushed up. Okay, so this print function is used once you want to print something. And here there are different of these things, like there are different methods, there are different compensations, there are different comprehensions as well, which we will explore once we move deeper into our classes. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Python for Machine Learning tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6, where I'll be showing you guys about the NumPy and also its inbuilt functions. Okay, so once I was telling you guys about machine learning, we do have learned that how NumPy is important for machine learning. Okay, so we will learn about NumPy over here and also what are the inbuilt functions. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm already over here in my Jupyter Notebook homepage. Okay, so in our last class, we also have learned that what are the basics of Python. So we will use few of these methods right from here. So first thing first, I need to create up a new file. And as you guys can see, I do have worked in this particular file. So this is basically saved in this file in which I do open my Jupyter notebook. And you guys can see the extension for a Jupyter notebook is IPYNB. Okay. And now let's create a new notebook. So from new, let's click on notebook and it will basically open me a notebook right over here. And over here, I will choose Python 3 for the kernel. And now let's name this one as NumPy. Rename. So over here, we are going to learn about NumPy. So if you tell me that what is the definition of NumPy, so I will just come here and you guys can see what this NumPy is used for. So NumPy is basically the first library which is used for machine learning. Okay. And here, this is a library of Python which is useful or used for working with arrays. Okay. So we will also see that what are arrays. So it also has functions for working in domain of linear algebra, Fourier transform, and matrices. Okay, so that is about NumPy. And if I tell you guys about array in simple words, let's not see what Google says over here. Okay, but here you guys can see what is array in Python, or if you come here, so here basically you guys can see that array is basically a NumPy array. Okay, so over here list another data structure which is similar to NumPy arrays, but unlikely NumPy arrays, lists are part of core Python. So lists have a variety of uses and they are useful, for example, in various bookkeeping tasks that arise in Python programming. So if you want to differentiate between a list and an array, over here we need to understand that inside a list you guys can basically store different kind of data types. Well, in our last class we do have learned different kind of data type which were booleans. We do have learned about strings, integers, float values, and inside a list we guys can store all those individual data types inside one list. But what array is different is that we can also store different values and also different things. But here we need to know that if I'm storing string, I only am supposed to store string. If I am storing integers, then I am only supposed to store integers. If I only want to store the float numbers or the decimal numbers, so I can only store decimal numbers. So in simple word, only one kind of data type can be stored in multiple numbers, whereas in a list you can store multiple data types multiple times. Okay, so that is the very basic example. And if I have already showed you that, I have told you that how you can actually install NumPy over, like how you can install Conda in your system. Okay, and if you want to do that, you guys just can type in your command prompt like Conda install NumPy. Okay, so if you want to install it, you guys can just go to your command prompt and you guys can install this one. Otherwise, you guys can just type in your command prompt like pip install NumPy. Okay, Otherwise, let's go or let's type numpy small cap and it will basically get installed over here inside your system. So now let me just create few cells underneath. Okay, so let me just create few cells right over here. And the first thing what we gonna learn over here is while we're using or while we want to use the numpy library, every time we have to type import numpy as np. Okay, so I can just type np right over here. And once you have written this, now let's click on shift and enter. And you guys can see now this particular line of code is being executed. And from here, now I can basically type my numpy equations or like how do I want to execute it. Okay. So over here to show you guys an example of arrays and numpy, I will just create a list. Okay. So I will just name this one as underscore list equals to, then you need to open out a square bracket as we already know. To store a list, we need to put out the square bracket and let me just put the odd numbers. Okay, let's go with 7. Let's put 9. And over here, you guys can see now I do have a particular list. Now, as I do have these numbers inside these particular strings as well, if I want to turn all of these numbers to an array, what I'm gonna do. So let me just type the name of this particular array as my array. Okay, so I will just save this one as my array equals to. And now if you want to change this particular list into arrays and you want to store it inside this one, okay, for that I will just put out the equation. As you guys can see, if I want to import numpy, wherever I mention np, numpy will be imported, okay, that particular library. So I will just type np dot array. Okay, so I will just type np dot array, and now I will just open my parenthesis and I will just mention the name of the list which I want to change. Okay, so over here, if you take out a look here, my equation is that this is the new variable or this is the array where I want to tell that numpy dot array is going to be the content which is inside this particular list I have mentioned. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have this particular equation right over here. And now if I just click on shift and enter, you guys can see this is already been executed. But now I'm not able to say. But if I just come here and now if I just print my array, so let's go with my underscore array and shift and enter, you guys can see this is a single dimensional array. Okay, so we will come on to that. What is a single dimensional array? What is a two-dimensional or what is a three-dimensional array right over here. But for your simple knowledge, how you guys might think that, well, how this is a single dimensional array, you guys will notice that I do have parentheses just outside which every array will have, but now it is actually quoted with single square bracket. Okay, all the content which I had inside my list is now with a single square bracket and it's quoted using that. Okay, and also if you want to check what is the type, okay, so for me I will just type and I will just put the name of the variable inside, shift and enter, and you guys can see it is showing me the outcome as numpy.nd array. Okay, so here you guys can see numpy is basically being executed right over here. So now the next thing what I'm gonna do over here is if you want to find or if you want to check out the shape, okay, there is some inbuilt functions inside numpy which I will execute right over here. So if I just come here, and if I just type my underscore array dot, and if you just come here, and after typing dot, if I just type shape, here you guys will be able to see the total number of content which I have over here if this is a single dimensional array. Okay, so if I just click on shift and enter, you guys can see inside the parenthesis it is printing 5 for me. So now as it's showing 5 over here when I put the name of my array dot shape, you guys might be thinking, well, there are only 5 objects, that's why it's showing 5. But well, that is somehow correct. And also here, if you take a look, now I do have 5 columns over here. Okay, so you guys will understand about that particular thing better when I give you guys or tell you guys in brief. Okay, so now we do have learned about one-dimensional array. Now, if I just show you guys how you can create a two-dimensional array, then you guys will have some better idea. So I'll just create my underscore list one equal to, let's open up the square bracket. Let's go with 2, 3, comma 4, 4, comma 5, comma 8. Okay, so I will just come here, and now what I'm gonna do is I will come here, Control C, Control V, and Control V back here again, and let's change the name of this list, and I will just name all of this thing like list 1, list 2, and list 3. And also let's change up the value somewhat. Okay, let's go with 1, 3, 9, 8, and 2. And over here also let me just put 4, 9, 8, 1, and 5. Okay, so as you guys can see now over here also basically I do have this set of list. Okay, so now over here we are going to create some multi-nested array. And now let's click on enter. Let's come down over here, and if I want to turn this into an array, so I will just name it 2d or 2 underscore d underscore array equal to, and you guys already remember in my last class I do have told how you can turn a particular set of lists, but over here we did work with one list, but here we are going to work with multiple lists. We are going to turn those into an array. So I will just type the same thing, numpy, I'm just calling for np dot array. And over here now let's open parenthesis, and I'm going to mention all the name of the list. So I will just type my underscore list 1, comma my underscore list 2, comma my underscore list 3. Okay, so over here you guys can see I am just trying to change this one or all of this list into an array. So now let's click on shift and enter, and you guys can see this have basically been executed, or well, it's showing me an error right over here. Okay, so you guys can see what is the problem. So here it shows that array takes from 1 to position argument, but 3 were given. Okay, so as you guys can see, it is showing me this particular error. So I'm going to change the name. Let's say I will just name this one as 2D, and shift and enter. And basically, the problem over here with this thing is that as I do have multiple number of list, so I need to make sure that I put it inside this square bracket. Okay, so I will just put all the names inside the square bracket inside my parentheses. So shift and enter, and now this particular thing is being executed well. Okay, now if you want to check what is inside this 2D 2 underscore D and shift plus enter, now you guys can see I do have my array quite like this. So this is now called as a two-dimensional array. Okay, so for simple understanding, if you take a look after parenthesis, here is the opening parenthesis and here is the closing parenthesis. I do have two square bracket or two opening square bracket at the beginning and also two closing square bracket at last. So if you have a three-dimensional array, in that particular case, you guys will be able to see that here you do have three square brackets opening and three square brackets closing right over here. Okay. So that is how it basically works. And now to understand that why do we use array? Let's say while you're working with arrays, like turning your all datas into array, it is quite faster and it's very easy to understand. Okay, like if you have a lot of datas and you want to take all of those datas and turn those into a list, then just put it into the algorithm of your machine learning that it will be able to understand quite fast, and it is very fast process, and anyone who try to work and they'll be able to understand the arrays in a better way, so also very time efficient. Well, after that, now let's come over here, and as you guys can see, I do have told that this is the array right over here. And if you want to check out the shape, and as you guys can see in my first one here over here, which was one-dimensional array, okay, I do have put the inbuilt function known as dot shape, and it had showed me one function. So now if I just type 2 underscore D dot shape and shift and enter, here now you guys can see it is showing me 3 comma 5. Okay, not 5 comma over here. So what does that mean basically? So over here, if you take a look, now I do have 3 rows over here. Okay, so inside the 2 underscore D array, I do have 3 rows and also I do have 5 columns right over here. Okay, so each and everything basically have different kind of content inside this. Okay, so here it is showing me 3 dot comma. So over here in total, basically I do have 15 contents inside this 2D array. Okay, so over here now I do basically have this, and also now if I want to reshape this, let's say if I want to reshape this same thing, what I can do is I can just type 2 underscore D comma reshape. Okay, so if you want to reshape this one, let's say you want to reshape in some other way, let's open my parenthesis, and what you want to do is now you want to reshape with 5 rows and 3 columns. Okay, like just the opposite. So I will just do 5 comma 3, shift and enter, and if you take out a look, you guys can see now here I do have 5 rows and 3 columns. So whenever you're mentioning this one, you need to understand first it shows the number of rows and then the number of columns over here, and also this is a 2D array itself. Okay, so now if I just come over here and if I try to execute with other numbers, let's say if I just give 5 into 4, or let's go with 5 into 5. Okay, so now in total they have to show me, well, I do have 25 objects. Okay, like if you want to find the total number of characters or the total number of elements, you basically multiply. So 5 into 5 is equals to 25. But inside this two-dimensional array, I don't have 25 contents. So if I just click shift and enter, here you guys can see that it will show me an error because cannot reshape array of size 15 into shape 5 into 5. Okay, because the number of content will basically have to be same. But over here, now let's say if I come here and if I just type 15 comma and shift and enter, you guys can basically see that, well, now this have basically turned into a single dimensional array. Okay, and over here also you can turn a single dimensional array to a two-dimensional array just by putting 0 over here. Let's come here, let's give it up to space, and let's put 0, and let's go shift and enter over here. And here basically you guys can see now this have basically reshaped it into a single dimensional array back again. Okay, so for that, again, if you want to turn this thing around, let me just go with 5 comma 3, shift and enter. Again, it is a two-dimensional array right over here. Or now the last thing over here is if you want to, let's say if you want to keep this 2D array into a 2D array, but you want to get all these elements in single line. So you guys can just, let's say, one row, but over here you want to have 15 columns. Okay, so shift and enter, and you guys can see now this is a two-dimensional array because here you do have two square bracket and two square bracket at last, and inside this particular line you do have all of these objects right over here. So this is how you guys can actually work. And now in our next chapter we are going to basically learn that how you are basically going to go inside a list and individually work with any function. So we are going to learn about indexing and stuff, but because if I try to cover this everything in a single class, it will be a very long class. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Python for machine learning tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 7, where I'll be showing you guys about NumPy and its inbuilt function part 2. So over here we will be talking about indexing, like how you will be able to access a particular element, and also we will learn about different kind of inbuilt functions inside NumPy. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, we are basically back again at the same place from where we do have ended our last class. So let's come over here and I will just change this particular code cell into a markdown cell to write my things down. So escape, and now M from your keyboard. Let's come here. Let's put a hash, and I will name this one as index. Okay, shift and enter to execute. And now from here, like if you know Python, or if you do have any idea, as we have learned in basics, if you want to get access to each and every character inside an array, how you will be able to do that. Let's say I do have an array, but from this particular array I only want to get access to this particular number. Okay, and what and how index numbering works. So if I just come over here, let me just put slash to make it a comment, and let's say over here I do have 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15. Let's click on enter. How index numbering works is that the first number over here will be as 0, then it will be 1, then 2, 3 and 4. Okay, so as you guys can see, that's how index numbering basically works. So this is the element, let's say over here, you guys can see any kind of element you guys can have. But the index numbering from the left hand side basically starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the same way, if you just come from the other side, okay, let's come here. The index numbering from, if you're going from the right to the left, it is -1, then it is minus, or let's come here, it's -2. Over here, it's -3, -4, and here it will be -5 over here. So from the right hand side or in the positive side, the indexing number starts from 0, but over here from the right to the left or the negative marking side, it comes from -1. Okay, so let me just turn these things into a comment. So I will just turn this thing into a comment as well. Let's come here, and now let's go to this next cell, from where now let's create a simple array. So I'll tell you guys at first that if you do have a normal array, how you will be able to do that. So I will just type the name of the array as 1 underscore array equal to np dot array. Then I will open parenthesis, and now I will open up the square bracket, and over here let's go with 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and if I just come over here, now let's click on shift and enter. And if you want to see this single dimensional array right now, a underscore array, shift and enter to execute. Here you guys can see I do have these 5 numbers inside this single dimensional array, because here you do have single square bracket. So from here, now if you want to get access only to a particular character, let's say you want to get access to this number 6. So I have to count that, well, what is the index number of 6 inside my array? So the first one is 0, then it's 1, and then it's 2. So for me, I will just type the name of the array, which is 1 array square bracket 2. Okay, so shift and enter, and you guys can see now it is giving me 6 as my output according to the index number. Okay, so this was for a single dimensional array. Okay, let's come here. Let's click on enter. Let's come here on top, and I'll just create a comment, and I will just type single dimensional array. And over here now, if you want to access two-dimensional array, let's go with two-dimensional array. Let's click on enter. Over here, you guys can see over here, I already do have created this particular array. So I will just bring this particular array right over here. So let me just type 2 underscore D. Okay, so shift and enter, and here you guys can basically see that, well, over here I do have this two-dimensional array from where, let's say, I want to access individual items. And over here in this two-dimensional array, one thing we need to understand, that there are basically two kind of values. Okay, so the first kind of value is the index numbering of the row. Okay, and the second one is the index numbering of the column. Okay, so over here, let's say if I want the one. Okay, if I want one from here, as you guys can see my mouse, if I want this particular one, first I have to see, well, this particular thing is present in what number of row. Okay, so over here now I will just count, let's say 0, over, or this is the 0 index over here. And now we have to see, well, where, what is the column number. Okay, and over here now if you just take a index numbering, then you will see, well, this is the 0 column and this is the 1 column. So you have to put that one, and over here basically you will get that particular set of numbers. Okay, so now for that, let me just show you guys an example using which you guys will basically understand those things in a lot better way. Okay. So now, if you just come here and let's say you want to access this 2D array. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type uh, 2 underscore D. And now to get access, I will just open up the particular square bracket. And now let's say if I want to see all the rows. Okay, so if I want to see the first row over here, so what I can do is I will just put on colon, and if I just click on shift and enter, here you guys can see I am able to see all these things. Okay, but the same way if you come over here and let's say you only want to see this 0 number of rows, so shift and enter, here you guys can see again you are getting out the same output which you had over here. So now let's come here, and if you only want to get access to the rows, so I will just put out the colon and let's keep a comma. And now let's come right over here. And now let's say what I want to do is I want to access, or I want to access all these 4 numbers from this particular array. Okay. So first thing first, what you need to do is you need to search for the number of rows. Okay. Like in which row it is basically present. Okay. So here now you don't want this row 0. So you will tell that, well, my numbers starts from row 1. Okay, so for that I will just put 1 over here, and now I will put the colon, then I'll just put the comma, and after comma the next thing what I'm going to do is I have to find what is basically the number of the rows or the number of the column it's basically present. So I do have put out the row number, and here now if I just print shift and enter, you guys can see it is actually taking the row number 1 and 2, because you do have given this colon, which means the infinity sign. Like if you have more numbers, it will take more columns from there as well. Okay, so now let's come here. Now I want to get particularly these 4 numbers, which is 8, 2, 5, 1. Okay, so in that particular case now I have to see that which column content I want to get. Okay, so from there now what I'm gonna do is, as I want till the row number 3. Okay, so over here now, or the column number 3, so I have to count that here the column index number is 0, then this is basically 1, and this is 2, but I want these 4 numbers, so I will just type 3 over here. Okay, so now I will just type 3, then I will put out a colon. So automatically what it is doing is it will see that, well, I do have I didn't select this 0 index row. Okay, and over here I did select the 0, 1 and 2 index column. So what is left over here is these 4 numbers. Okay, so over here now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and if I just click on shift and enter, you guys can see now I do have this individual item which is 8, 2, 5 and 1 in this 2-dimensional array. Okay, so that is how you guys can work. And the same way if you want to get access to this number 1, or let's say you want to get access to 5, 8, 8 and 2, so the same way what you guys can do is you guys can come here, and over here you guys can tell that, or let's come here, let's change out the colon. Let's come to put out the colon, and I will just put 1 because I do want the index number uh, of the row of 0 and 1. So I will just put 0 and 1. So now let me just print it and show to you guys. Shift and enter. And here you guys can see that I do have selected the first row. Okay, so over here you guys can see that I do have selected the first row. Otherwise, if you want to come here, or let me just go shift and enter. Now here you guys can see now I do have these 2 rows. Okay, so now the next thing what I want to do is from here I want to take this last 2 numbers, or let's say I want to take out these first 2 numbers. So for that, again, what you need to do is, as you don't want all these 3 numbers, okay, like you don't want these 3 numbers, so I will just count 0, 1, and then 2, but I want from 3. So I will just put the number 3 and then I'll put a colon. Let's shift and enter, and you guys can see I do have the number 5, 8, 8, and 2 in this 2-dimensional array. Okay, so I hope till this much it was clear of how you guys will be able to access individual characters using the index numbers. So now let's try to understand few of the inbuilt functions. Okay, so let's click on escape. Let's click on B again. And over here, now slash. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come right over here, and from here now I will just create up an array, but we are gonna learn about the inbuilt functions. So I will just type inbuilt functions. Let's click on enter right over here, and let's try to create an array. Okay, so to create an array, you guys already know that. Let me just name this one as in underscore built 1 is equal to np dot, and here if you just click on tab, you guys can see there are different functions which you guys can use, and there are numeral functions from where you guys can work with. So I don't have basically the time to show you guys each and everything whatever it's present, but I'll be telling you guys about few of the important ones. Okay, so if you just go with this arrange function over here, so I will just type arrange, and if you just click on if you just come here and if you just open up the square bracket, and after that if you just click on this, well, and now let's come here, let's go backspace, and if I just put 2 question mark, and if I just click on shift and enter, you guys can see here in the arrange function I have to put a value of start, I have to put a value of stop, and also I have to put a value known as step. So it totally contains of 3 kind of datas over here. So now let's come here, let's open parenthesis, and now I want my counting to start from 1. Okay, so I will just put comma, and over here I want to count till 25. Okay, so if I just click on this one, let's come here, 25, and now if I want to print this, okay, so shift and enter, now I will just type in underscore built 1, shift plus enter, and here you guys can see in this 1-dimensional array I do have these 25 characters in total, because I do have told that I want to print from 1 till 25. Okay, so it will basically normally left 25 from here, so it's just ending in 24. And the last step which we have seen in this particular function is known as step. So step is a function from where, let's say, over here, in between 1 till 25, I want to give a gap, or I want to take a gap of three numbers. So if I just put on 3 and if I just click on shift and enter, build one, shift and enter, here you guys can see now I do have 1. Then after three numbers, I do have the number 4. Then after 3, I do have 7. Then after 3, or this, you can call this as the third number, because after 1, you do have 2 and 3, and fourth is the third number. And after 5 and 6, seventh is the third number. So that is how it basically works. Okay. Using this dot arrange function, you guys can basically use this one, which is quite important. And now over here, let's also learn about another function known as the linspace function. So I'll just again put np dot lin, and if I just click on tab here, you guys can see it will already appear over here. And if I just come here, now I have written linspace, let's open parenthesis. And from here, if I just click on shift and tab together, you guys can see that in the linspace, I can just put out a starting variable. I can just put a stop variable, and I can also put num. Okay. So over here, you guys can see, and I'll show you guys the difference. Let's say from here, what I want to do is I want to take from the number 1 to 20, and now I can tell that I want 20, or let's say I want 30 decimal numbers. Okay, so for that, what I can do is I can just put 30 over here. And if I just click on shift plus enter, you guys can see over here in total, now I do have this random 30 decimal numbers, which is between 1 to 20. Okay, so this is how it basically works, and it is quite simple, because in deep learning sometimes we have to get these particular values for input, and you guys can use this particular function right over here. So that's about that. And now we are going to learn about a very important function, which is uh, the copy function. Okay, so over here we are going to learn about the copy function. And before that, if you want to create up a new array, you guys can actually do that. Otherwise, if you want to work with the same array, you guys can also do that over here. Or from here, I can also take the existing array, which I do have a name, my underscore array over here. So I can just type that one. Let's type my underscore array, shift and enter. And you guys can see in total, I do have these 5 objects. So same way, let's come here, comma, let's go with 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Shift and enter to execute. And the same way, shift and enter to execute. And now over here, you guys can see that I do have all of these components right over here. So now, let's say what I want to do is I want to update my array. Okay, so if you want to update your array, what you are gonna do is you are going to name an array. Okay, so let's come here and let me just put this as my underscore array 1 is equal to my underscore array. Okay, so this is the function which I will put right over here. And now the next thing is that I want to give this a command. Okay, like I want to give them a particular command over here, and I want to tell that the value inside my array, or let's go with my underscore array, 1, and I will just open up the square bracket. I want to update the number or the index number points. Okay. So from here, let's say from index number 2. Okay. Let's say over here, as you guys can see, this is the index number 2, or let's go with index number 4 from here. Okay, so if I want to get access to all of that, so for that, let's say from this particular number, okay, then it comes the index number 3. So I will just come here and I will just command that index 3 till the last. Okay, like till last, I want to update the numbers of all the elements over here. As you guys can see now, there are other numbers, but if I come here, I will just put equal to, and let me just put the value as 200 of all of these numbers. So I will just click on enter. Now I am going to type print open parenthesis, and now I will just type my underscore array 1. So shift and enter, and you guys can see it will just give me this particular print. Okay, so this is the index 1, this is the this is the index number 0, this is the index number 1, this is index number 2, and from 3, as I do have commanded, it have changed all the values which had on the right hand side have turned into 200. Okay, so that's how it basically works. And over here also, if you want to print my array, you guys can also do that. So now let's come right over here and let's try to understand about the copy function. So now the same way, let's come over here into this particular cell and let's click on A to add some cells over here on top. Okay, so now as you guys can see, the first array was my array. Okay, so if I just type my underscore array, and now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to open up my square bracket, and if I do give the command colon 3, and if I just come here, I will just update the element. Okay, so let's come here, and I do have given it as 100, or let's come here, shift and enter. Now if you want to print whatever is present inside my array, let's type my underscore array, shift and enter. You guys can see I do have all the contents over here, few as hundreds and few as 200s over here. Okay, so I will, instead of doing this, let's go with colon 3, shift and enter. Now my array, shift and enter. And here basically you guys can see now these values are basically not changing, which I did have put right over here, because I do have executed these things at first. Okay, so now if I just come here and let's say I will just clear all of this out. Okay, let's come here, let me just clear this thing out, shift and enter. Let me just come here. Let me just clear this thing out as well. Let's clear my array. But over here now, shift and enter. Let's come here, shift and enter. Over here now, shift and enter. You guys can see that it is basically not changing the my array options. And now here I will execute, and the same way I will just come here, and basically if you want me to execute over here in the my array option, I can actually execute the same code right over here as well. Okay, otherwise if you want to create up a new array, it will be better. So now let's come here and let me just name this one as the copy function. Okay, so let me just go with copy underscore func equals to np dot array let's open parenthesis, then the square bracket. So I'll just type 1, 2, 3, comma 4, comma 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Okay. So as I do have this right now, I will just click on enter. And if you want to see what's present inside the copy underscore func, here you guys can see I do have all of this item inside my array. Okay, so as you guys can see inside this copy underscore func array, I do have this particular thing. Now, if I just give a command that copy underscore func, and I will just open up this square bracket, and over here I want to say 3 comma or everything after the number 3 or the index number 3, I want to change their value is equal to 150, let's say. Okay, so if I want to tell that over here, so now let's come here, let's shift and enter, and I will just come here, and what I'm gonna do is I am going to type copy underscore func. Okay, shift and enter, and here you guys can see after the index number 3, all the numbers which I had have turned into 150. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the first array, and now let's say I will give out a command over here. Let's say copy underscore func 1 is equal to copy underscore func. Okay, so these are the name of my variables over here. Now if I just click on shift and enter, now let's come here, and again if I want to update the number which I have basically put here, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and now I am going to put that copy underscore func 1 is equal to copy, or let's come here and I can just put out the square bracket. Let's say copy func 1 square bracket 3 colon, and I want to update it again. Let's go with equal to 300. Okay, so here now as you guys can see I do have already updated, but now again I'm updating the numbers which I had over here. So now let's come here and let me just put out the function which is print copy underscore func 1. Okay, so now that is the command. Let's click on shift and enter, and here you guys can see the number which I had as 150 is being updated to 300 right over here back again. Okay, so now as this is basically done, you guys will notice one thing. As over here, if I just type copy func which I had created at first, okay, so if I just come here and if I just type copy underscore func and shift and enter to execute, you guys will be able to see that the value of the main copy func, okay, which was this. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have changed it or updated it to 150. Okay, from here have also been updated now in this copy func 1 array. Okay, so to avoid that, what you guys can basically do is you guys can actually use something known as copy. Okay, so to avoid that basic scenario, like when you're doing some exploratory data analysis in those particular case, you can use that thing. So for that, what you can type is you guys can just type copy underscore func1 is equal to copy underscore func. And once you have written this one, you guys can just type dot copy. Okay, as you guys can see, you do have mentioned these two variables right over here. So let me just come here. So I'll just put dot copy. Okay, which means that here this copy func1 variable will now not change this copy func. So what it's basically doing is it is just creating another memory for copy func to store this particular function. So whenever I call for copy func function, it will show me this updated value, okay, which I did right over here. Okay, so let's click on shift and enter. Now let's say if I just come here and if I just call for, let's go with print copy underscore func, shift and enter. And here basically I did get the answer properly because over here I didn't use this one as a function. So let's open parenthesis, shift plus enter. And now if I just click on this one, otherwise let's just come down. And over here now, if I just tell, let's say copy underscore function one, I'll just put out the square bracket. Let's put 3 colon. And if I just update this particular value as 300, now let's click on enter. And if I just give the command of printing copy underscore func one over here. So if I just click on shift and enter, basically it is just showing me the same answer. But there is some problem over here because it should show me two different answer with two different things. Okay, so I need to make sure that I execute my codes properly over here. So let's come here and now shift and enter, or let's come here, shift and enter. Now shift and enter over here, and now shift and enter, shift and enter to execute the code because I did forget to define it over here on top. Okay, so make sure that once you're writing those code, make sure to define those again. So as I do have used the dot copy here, you guys can see now in a different space, it is just printing this copy underscore func, which was the first array. And now over here in the other array, it is actually storing the copy underscore funcs. Instead of me telling that copy underscore func1 is equal to copy dot func. Okay, as you guys can see, instead of mentioning this same thing over here, I am getting this particular answer because once the first value is being updated, it is just storing it into another memory using the dot copy function. And now when I am updating it, it is just taking the value from some other place, not the extra memory which I had created using the dot copy function. So now we are going to learn some of the very useful explanatory data analysis conditions over here. So let's come here and I am going to create a command and gonna type useful data, or let's go with useful explanatory data analysis conditions. So now let's take out the variable, okay, or this particular array over here, which is a copy.func over here. So I will just type copy underscore func that I can show you guys the value over here. And as you guys can see over here, now I do have these particular values. Okay, so now let's say I will just create up a variable. So I will just name this one as my var equal to 3. Okay, and over here now let's click on enter, and now over here I want to say that copy underscore func, and now what I'm gonna do is less than 3. Okay, and if I just click shift and enter, here you guys can see the first two statements are true, but after that all the other statement which I had is showing me in false. Okay, so you guys can just do it like you can just do division. Okay, let's go with division. Over here you guys can see if you want to multiply, okay, you guys can just multiply these things as well. Okay, but for me what I exactly want to do is, let's say as I was doing it for the first one, like if I want to see less than or greater than, so I will just type my underscore var. Okay, shift and enter, and here you guys can see it will kind of show me like that. And if I just come here, and if I just put the asterisk, shift and enter, here you guys can see again I do have the same answer. But over here what basically I want to do, that instead of having that value in true and false, I want to directly have the numbers. Okay, like if I just come here, and if I just put out the less than sign, and after that what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, I am going to put out the equals to function, or instead of putting on the equals to function, I can basically put it inside a list. Okay, so copy func, and I will just put this one in a square bracket. So I will just put copy underscore func, and let me just close this square bracket right over here as well. And here now you guys are able to see all the objects which were under the number 3. Okay, so here you guys can see now over here I do have these two objects. So that is how you guys can basically get the outcome. So there is other function which I want to show you guys, which is np dot once. Okay, so using np dot once you guys will be basically able to change all of this. So now let's open parenthesis right over here, shift and tab from our keyboard, and you guys can see over here now I can just name how many elements, and also here you can see I do have the d type, which is the data type. Okay, so if I just come over here in p dot once, if I just give on 4, okay, if I just click on shift and enter inside the array, you guys can see it have turned all of this into 4 ones. Okay, so now if I just go with 8, so shift and enter, here I will have 8 ones. Okay, so there is another parameter over here. Now if you just take out a look, okay, so here shift and tab, you guys can see there is d type. Okay, so that is basically the dimensional type. Let's go with 8 comma d type is equal to int. Like if you want to, if you don't want this mark over here, like this decimal mark, here you guys can see now this is in the integer type. Okay, and the same way I can just come here, I will just type np dot once, let's open parenthesis, and let's say over here now I want to have 2 rows and 6 columns over here. So shift and enter. Otherwise, let's come here, and this will be basically inside. Okay, like let's come here and let's go this 2 by 6, and at this particular place let's open another parenthesis right over here, and now I will just type comma, and the d type is equal to float, let's say. So I want to save this one as a float number, shift and enter, and here you guys can see now over here I do have these 2 columns or 2 rows, and over here I do have these 6 rows. Okay, so that's how it basically works. So I hope you guys to have understood this class on how you will be able to use different inbuilt function. We do have learned about indexing. I hope this class was a bit longer, but we do have learned about few of the very complex thing which you will be using in data analysis and also updating your data. Okay, so we do have learned about arrays, how to update arrays, different kind of inbuilt functions. We do have learned about the most important function, which is the copy function right over here. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Python for machine learning tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8, where we'll be learning about data frames and data series in pandas. So in our last class, I do have explained you guys, tried to explain you guys each and everything in NumPy. Okay, few of the different inbuilt function, how it is important to turn all your data into arrays, okay, and access those later. Okay, if you don't have your NumPy install, how to install all of that, about the copy function as well, how it is helpful. And here in this particular chapter we are going to look into pandas. So whenever you're working with explanatory data analysis and also machine learning, you need to know NumPy and pandas quite properly. Okay, if you do learn both of these quite well, then it's quite easy for you to understand machine learning very well, and you will be able to work in machine learning. So in this particular chapter, we will be knowing about data frames and data series in detail. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see right now, I'm here in my Jupyter homepage. And from my Jupyter homepage, now if I want to create up a new notebook, let's click on new and let's click on notebook. Okay, you guys can see the extension is IPYNB. And now let's select Python 3 from here. Now let's select this particular part, and from this particular part, let's name this one as df and ds in pandas. Okay, so data frame and data series in pandas. Let's click on rename. And now we do have to understand first that what are data frames. So if I just come over here, and here you guys can see that data frame is a data structure basically constructed with rows and columns, which is similar to a database or a Excel spreadsheet. So if you have seen a Excel spreadsheet consists of columns and rows. Okay. So here basically a data frame is consisting of rows and columns over here, and it consists of a dictionary of list in which the list each have their own identities or keys such as last name or food group. Okay, so it totally understands. Okay, you guys can also store some dictionaries as well. So we will learn that how you can create some data frames over here. So we will be getting started with that. And in simple word, if you do want to understand what a data series is, so a series is a one-dimensional array of data. So we do have learned about one-dimensional array. Okay, how it is. Okay, and it can basically hold data of any type, like whether it be a string, a integer, a float, a dictionary, a list, booleans, and also more. Okay, so the easy way to conceptualize a series is a single column in a table, which is why it's considered as one dimension. So in NumPy, we do have learned about the one-dimensional array. So now let's come right over here. And the first thing when you're working, you need to understand that how you need to import. Okay, so I will just type import space pandas as PD. Okay, so you guys can just keep this PD as initial like we kept for NumPy. Okay, import NumPy as NP. Okay, so over here you need to make sure that whenever you're starting to work with pandas, you need to type both of this. Okay, so shift and enter. And as this both are being executed, now let's try to create a data frame. Okay, so for data frame, I will just mention df and I will just put equals to, and now I will just put out the initial of pandas because now I'm going to create a data frame. So PD, I will just type PT and I will just use this extension, which is dot data frame. Okay, so I will just type data frame. And now if I just click on parenthesis right over here, now let's come and let's click on shift and tab. So here now let's take out a look. Okay, what a data frame consists of. So a data frame, first of all, they will ask you for the datas. Okay, so over here you guys can see that they're asking you for data. Okay, so here you need to put the data, and after that they are asking you for index. Okay, so index is basically known as rows, like whatever data you have inputted, that how many rows you want to divide it in. Okay, and after that here you do have column, like how many column you want to separate those in. And also here you guys can see that we also do have the option of reshaping it, like if you want to reshape that or not. In any other case, like this data type, like how you want to reshape it, in how many columns or in how many rows you want. Okay, and in the column and the data type, you guys can just name your columns and your rows as well. Okay, so if I just start over here, you guys will understand it in a better way. Okay, so data frame, and now I will just come over here, and inside this parenthesis, I need to use the np, which is the numpy dot arrange, and we do have learned the usage of this arrange function, which what it will do is it will come right over here. And now what I want to do is I want to use from 1 till 21. Okay, so over here I want to take the value from 1 to 21 over here, which is 20 objects in total. And then I will just put out dot. Okay, instead of comma I'll just put dot reshape. Okay, so I want to reshape it in how many rows and how many columns am I looking for. Okay, so let me just go with 4 rows and 5 columns. So I will just type reshape. Let's open parenthesis. And now I will just name this one as 5 rows and 4 columns. Okay, so I will have 5 rows over here and only 4 columns on the sides. Okay, so now let's come right over here, and let's put out a comma. And once I've used this particular comma, now the next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to type index. Okay. So now I will just type index right over here. Let's put equal to sign, and after that let's open my square bracket. Okay, so inside my square bracket, now as I do have selected over here that now I need 5 rows and 4 columns, so I need to name the rows as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm going to type those. So let's open parenthesis. So let me just type 1 comma 2 comma comma 3 4 5. Okay, so over here basically I am done naming the rows. Okay, otherwise I can just put R1, then R2, then R3, R4, and R5. Okay, I can also use this underscore inside. Okay, so if you do want me to use this one, I can just use these underscores as well. So I hope till this much you guys have understood that how you are going to mention the name of the rows, or how you will be able to mention the indexes over here. Okay, so now I will just give a comma over here, and the next thing what you need to do is you need to name the columns. So I will just mention this one as columns, then equal to, and now let's open up my square bracket. And now as I do have selected over here that I want 4 columns, so I will just name this one as col1, comma, col2, comma, col3, and lastly I do have the col4. Okay, so as you guys can see now over here the same way basically I do have 4 columns, and over here now I do have 5 rows. Okay, so now once you are done, you guys can see now I do have uh, the number of characters over here. I do have reshaped this one. I do have the name of all of these rows, which I do have created over here. I do have all the names of the columns. So now if you get a data, like if you have some raw data, and in that particular case, you do have those data in Excel sheet or in a CSV file. Okay, like CSV, the full form of CSV is comma separated values. Okay, so those are comma separated values over here. Okay, like if you want to create those, like if I just click on this shift and enter right now, you guys can see this is basically being executed. And now if you want to see this one in form of a frame or in form of a Excel sheet kind of type, you guys can just type df, which is the name. I will just put comma head, and I'll just open parenthesis, shift and enter, and you guys can see now I do have all of this data. So here you guys can see I do have 5 rows, and over here I do have 4 columns. So I do have started the counting from 1 till 21. So 21 won't be showing because over here it doesn't show the last number. You guys can see the names and everything else is basically fine over here. So there is another way of how you can turn this particular thing into a CSV file as well. Like while you're doing data research and stuff, or exploratory data analysis, you do need, you are extracting those information from an Excel sheet or a CSV file. Okay, so if you want to turn this one into a CSV file, you guys can do that. So for that, you just need to type df, comma, 2 underscore CSV. So this is basically a built-in function. And once you have written that you want to save it in a CSV file, now here you need to name that CSV file. Okay, so here you can name this one as data frame ex. Okay, or let me just type data frame example. So as you guys can see over here, now if I just click on shift and enter, and now if I just go back here, or if I just come back, or if I just go to my file from here, and if I try to open other files, you guys will be able to see that this particular CSV file has been basically being saved. Okay, so if I come here, let's try to open. Otherwise, now let's click on Control S to save it. And here, if I come, now you guys can see that over here, now I do have saved up this particular CSV file. Okay, so if I just try to open this one up, okay, so here you guys can see now this has been opened and now this is saved as a CSV file. And if you guys take a look, these values are being separated by commas. So the full form of CSV is comma separated values, which is likewise the same. So let me just close this thing down and let's go back to the same file in which we guys were working. Okay. So now the next thing what we are going to do over here, we are going to basically learn that how you can basically access the elements over here. Okay. So to access elements, there are two major things that we need to understand. Okay. So the one is lock and the another one is lock one. Okay. Like getting access only to the rows and also getting access to the whole indexes. Like you guys already know about index numbering, so we will be learning in detail over here. So first thing first, I will come here and over here, I will just create a comment and I will just type accessing the or accessing elements. Okay. So there are two different ways, as I was telling, that to access elements inside your data frame. Okay, so you already know that how you can create a data frame as well. So let me just comment this one out as well. Okay, so the first one is .loc. Okay, so it's .loc, and the second one is .iloc. Okay, so iloc is index location. Like if you want to find a certain place or a certain value, okay, inside your data frame, you guys can use this ilog. And this .log mostly focuses on rows. Okay, like this particular rows, it will focus on the index numbering of the rows. But here the ilog includes all the rows and all the column numbers. Okay, so that is how. And now let's say now you want to get access to your data frame. So now let's start with that. And over here in this particular class, we will also learn about data series. Okay, like what is a data series? We have talked about data frames, but we will also learn about a data series. Okay, so if you want to do that, let's type the name, okay, which is df, the name of the data frame. Then I will just put df dot loc, okay, as I have explained you, which is the dot loc. Open up the square bracket, and now let's say you want to get access to the row number one. So I will just name this one, which is r underscore 1. Okay, so as you guys can see, I have written r underscore 1. And if I just click on shift and enter, you guys can see now I do have all these datas over here. Okay, so you guys can see in this particular row 1, I do have the value 1, 2, 3, and 4 over here. And also I do have the name of the columns in which all these are present. Okay, but if you just take a look here, the columns are not present on top. So one thing here I need to understand that the data functions which I do have used over here, which is df.loc, this loc function to access the elements. Let's come here, shift and enter. And to access these elements, what I need to do over here is if I want to check that what kind of data type it is, so I'll just click on Control C, Control V right over here. And now you guys can just write type. Okay, so I'll just write type and I will just close this down with parentheses. Let's click shift and enter. And here now you guys can see that this is basically a series. Okay, so we need to understand that what is basically the difference between our data frame and a data series. So over here, we need to understand wherever you see that a particular value basically contains a row, more than a row or more than a column, that is a data frame. Because here you guys can see that I do have multiple rows and multiple column of objects. But over here, now, if you only do have one row or if you only do have one column, those are known as data series. Okay, so this is basically the most difference between a data type and between a data series over here. So now let's come over here and now let's try to check the other elements. Okay, so now I will just name this one. Let's come here. Let's click on enter and let me just comment it out. Let's type data series. Okay, shift and enter to execute. And now we are going to learn about the iloc function as well. Okay, like here I do have told you that dot lock. Okay, if you want to get access to any singular row or any singular column and stuff. Okay, like if you want to get access to all the rows and stuff, you guys can use this dot lock. But if you want to get access to all the location like the columns and the rows, you can use iloc. Okay, so now from here, let's say I will use the iloc. So for that, I will just again name the data frame, which is df dot iloc. Then I will just open up the square bracket. And over here, after opening up the square bracket, what I can do is I can do the index numbering. Okay, so over here now, let's say I want only both of these values. Okay, so here we need to understand one very important thing, that there is R language. Okay, so there is R programming language where the index numbering starts from 1. But in Python, the index numbering basically starts from 0. Okay, so this is quite important. Okay, so from here now, I want from index number 0, which is this first row, and I want to have these are two rows value. Okay, so this is 0 and this is 1. So I will just put on colon semicolon 2. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have the colon over here. Then I will just put out the comma, and over here now as you guys can see over here, I do have already mentioned that I do want both of these rows. Okay, so now I have to tell that with what all columns do I need. So here you guys can see the index numbering of the column 1 is 0 and the index numbering of column 2 is 1. Okay, so for that now again what I need to do is I need to put 0, then colon, then 2, because these 2 won't be basically counted. Okay, so for that, if I come here and if I just click on shift and enter, here you guys can see I do have the 4 contents. Okay, so over here now, if I want to get the elements of this one, let's say I want to get the elements of from 14 till 20. Okay, so for that, what I'm gonna do is I need to come here and I need to type uh, df dot ilog, then open up the square bracket, and first I need to see this 3 numbers. So I am leaving out this one. Okay, this index 0 from here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start from 1. Okay, so I will just come here, I will put 1, then colon. Okay, so let's put colon over here, and after that, now I will just give it a comma, and here now I need to check what is the column number. Okay, so here you guys can see this is 0. This is now I have to put out the row number at first, right? Well, I forgot about that. So first I will just put out the row number. Okay, so over here now I need to select that what row. Okay, so you guys can see 0, this is 1, this is 2, and here as I need this one. Okay, so this is the row number 3. Okay, so I will tell 3 over here, okay, instead of 1, and here you guys can see 3 and throughout. Okay, so I do want 3 and 4, and after that here this here now I do have to name the column numbers. Okay, so here in the column numbers I will just put 1 colon. Okay, so now if I just click shift and enter, here you guys can see I do have 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, and 20 over here. Okay, so 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, and 20 over here. And now if you want to find that what is the data type of this particular thing, so let's come here, let's put this thing inside parentheses, and now let's write type. Okay, so I will just write type, shift and enter. Here now, if you take a look, this is basically a data frame, because here it contains more than one uh, like it contains more than one row and more than one column. Okay, but over here you guys can see now here it only contains one row, so this is a data series. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood the difference between a data series and a data frame over here into the particular class, and also how you can use the ilog and dot log to access the elements inside your data frame. So over here, let's try to understand that how you will be able to turn this particular data frame which you have over here. Okay, how you will be able to turn this particular data frame into arrays. Okay, so if I just type df shift and enter, or df shift and enter right over here, and you guys can see I do have this particular data frame. So now let me just comment this one out into an array. And to do that, what you need to do over here is basically you have to type df dot ilog. Okay, so you guys already know how a ilog works, and now from here you need to make sure that you put out the colon. Okay, so I will just put out the colon over here, comma, and after putting on the comma you need to type 1. Okay, so over here now as I want to work about the rows, so here you guys can see I do have put 1, and then I will just put the colon over here. And once you are done, Writing that, the next thing is just type dot values. Okay, so over here dot values, shift and enter, and you guys can see all the elements which you had inside have turned from an data frame to an array. Okay, so that is how you guys can turn this thing out. And also let's copy this one, Control C, and here there is another function which is dot values underscore count, dot values underscore counts, basically not count. And I will just close this thing down, and if I just click on shift and enter, okay, here it's basically showing me an error. Okay, because I did mention the name. Okay, so if I want to come here and let's say I will just name as call 2. Okay, now shift and enter. uh let's come over here, let's see the name. And basically over here, I don't have to put the iloc. Okay, so here you guys can see cannot index by location index with a non-integer key. Okay, so df, let's click on enter. Over here back again, I'm not able to understand where there is problem with the code. Series object has no attribute or value counts. Okay, so instead of value, I do have written value. So let's click on shift and enter. And here you guys can see now it is showing me 111 for all of this. Okay. So what this dot value counts basically do is it actually understand that, well, in column number 2, as I do have 2, 6, 10, 14, and 18, how many characters in total I have. Let's say if I do have hundreds of characters in one column. Okay, and over here there are also repeated numbers. So in that case, like if I do have two times, or if I do have two 5 times, it will show me 5 over here. If I do have that same thing 4 times or 6 times, it will show me that over here. So as all of these are unique characters, it is just showing me one for all. Okay, so that's one thing. Otherwise, let's come here. Let's copy this one, Control C and Control V over here. Instead of value counts, if I do type unique, okay, so let's type unique, shift and enter, and here you guys can see now here they're showing me in my column number 2 how many unique characters do I basically have. So as I only do have 5 content and all those are unique things, it will just show me all the unique objects or characters over here. But if you do have any duplicated object in your column of the same thing, it will automatically remove all of that using this dot unique function. Okay. So at first only, I do have told you guys about 2 ways of accessing elements inside your data frame. One is dot log and the other one is dot ilog, which is indexed ilog. Okay. And the third one over here is normally you guys can also do that. First, you have to basically name, okay, the data frame, and then let's open up the square bracket. And now let's open up another square bracket to mention this one as a list. Otherwise, if you want to get access only to call 3, let's say, okay, and if I just click on shift and enter, here I need to make sure that I put it inside a quote. Okay, so let's come here on shift and enter. You guys can see that you are able to access to column 3 as well. But at the same time, if you want to get access to multiple of them, so I'll just separate those by comma, and I will just type col 4, and let me just put out the parenthesis right over here. And if I just come here, shift and enter, you guys will see that it will basically show me an error. Okay, because over here now, I don't have mentioned all of this inside a list. Okay. So I will just come here and I will just mention both of this name inside a list over here and shift and enter over here. Shift and enter, and here you guys can see now I have access to column 3 and column 4. So three different ways of how you will be able to navigate inside your data framework. What is a data series? We have learned all of this into this particular chapter. So I hope this class was clear, and I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about data frames or more about pandas. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Python for machine learning tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9, where we will be learning about reading the .csv files with different parameters in pandas. So in our last class, we do have learned about data frames and also data series. Here, if you do have a CSV file, how you will be able to export that into your Jupyter notebook or inside your pandas and basically work it through. We'll be learning about that. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of Jupyter. So in our last class, we do have learned about the data frames and the data series. And over here now, we're gonna learn that how to import or how you can basically upload a CSV file. Okay. As you guys can see, I do have this CSV file right over here. Let's click on upload over here. You guys can basically upload the file right from here itself, and there is also other way. Okay, so let's create up a new file first. Let's click on notebook, and here you guys can see it opened me up a new web page right over here. And from here I will select Python 3. Let's go in this particular file, and from here now let's give the name as reading CSV. Okay, let's click on rename right over here. And as you're working with pandas, first statement should be import pandas as PD. Come down, and also you can import numpy if you are using numpy in the class. So I will just put numpy as np. So shift and enter, and now you guys can see now I do have this particular file right over here. So now let's say what I want to do over here is I want to import a CSV file. Okay, so to import a CSV file, the first thing what you need to do is you need to just type df equals to, now as you have mentioned pandas as PD, so I will just type PD dot read underscore CSV. Okay, as you are going to learn CSV file. So basically CSV file, the full form is comma separated values. Okay, so it can be form of an Excel sheet as well, like how you will be able to read those things right over here. So now if I just open this quotation right over here, let's say if I just click R and if I just click on shift, or let's click on tab, you guys can see for reading different kind of things. Let's say you guys using the read underscore Excel, you will be able to read the Excel file which contains data over here in your Jupyter notebook or inside pandas. Okay, so using this read underscore CSV, you will be able to read your CSV file. And over here, you guys can also see you will be able to read the HTML file, you will be able to read the JSON file. Here you do have this XML. Here you do have the SQL, like you will be able to read SQL. You will be able to read the pickle files and stuff. So you guys can basically do that. So over here, as if you have a CSV file, otherwise if you don't have, okay, you guys can download different kind of exemplary CSV file. So you guys can just go to this Kaggle. Okay, this is a particular website. Just go to your search engine, search for Kaggle, and just go to the first uh, web page which is appearing right in front of you. Okay, so from here, basically, it will show you that, well, you first need to create up an account, and here now you guys can just click on date sets, and over here you guys can see multiple data sets. If you want to particularly search for any data sets, you guys can particularly search for those data sets over here. And let's say you want to download from here, so just click on that particular data set, and after that, here you will have the download option of downloading that particular data set. Okay, so just come back right over here, and you guys can see the format which these particular files are in CSV format. Okay, and few files are in JSON format as well. Just look for that file. Okay, let's say this one is fine. Well, this is a CSV file, so you guys can just download this particular file. Let me just show you guys by downloading one. So just click or download over here, and your particular file will basically get downloaded. So now go to that location. Let's say I will go to downloads. Let me just extract this file. So I'll just extract all, and now this is named as archive as well. So let me just name this one as archive1. So I will just save this file. Let me just delete this one, and now what I'm gonna do is Control X. Let me just delete only this one. Okay, let me keep this one, and let's cut this one into my resource file. Okay, so I'll just come here. I will just place this one inside my resource file, which is archive1. And now if you want to read this particular file, I will show you guys now what you need to do. So I hope that how to you do have understood that how you will be able to download. And now let's go to the same place, and from here now let's open the location where this particular file is being saved. As I'm going to open this application underscore data.csv, so I need to make sure that where am I. Okay, so I will just come here into that particular file. From there I will right click and I will just copy the address. Okay, so after copying the address, let's go to my web page from here, and I will just come inside and I will just click on Control V. Okay, so as you guys can see, I have a Control V right over here, and I can just type Python for machine learning. And the next thing over here is put this particular location inside code. Okay, so let's come here and let me just put this one inside code. Let's come here and let's come here and let's use a slash as well. And over here now, let me just check the name. Okay, so archive, and it's application underscore data dot csv. Okay, so application underscore data dot csv. So I will just type archive, then slash, then application underscore dot or application underscore data .csv. So just write the name of your file and just put this one inside quote as well. And now just type R over here. As you guys can see, now just type R. Otherwise, if you don't want to type R, what you guys can do is you guys can just double this slash in each and every places. Okay. So once you have written this, now click on shift and enter, and here you guys can see that it is showing you some kind of error. Okay, so here it shows that invalid syntax. Okay, so over here you guys can see now I do have this extra quotation. So if I just click on shift and enter, you guys can see now this particular file is being basically executed. Okay, so now if I want to see this one, so I will just type df dot head open parenthesis shift and enter. You guys can see now over here I do have opened up my CSV file right over here in my system. Okay, so if you just look this one around, you guys can see here, you guys can see 5 rows and 122 columns in total. You guys can see I do have these numbers. I do have the name of the columns over here as well. Okay, so once I've seen this one, you guys can see only the first 5 inputs I am able to see right over here. Okay. So let's say I want to come here and we are going to learn about few of the inbuilt functions inside uh, this particular file. Okay. Like this inside this CSV. So the first one, what we are going to learn is df dot info. Okay, so I will come here, shift and enter, and here once I have put df dot info, you guys can see that what is the class. Here you guys can see I will get a lot of information about this particular thing. So here you guys can also see that like over here, like it is a data frame and how many, what is the range index, how many entries. Okay, 0 to this many. And over here you guys can see there is 122 columns in total and this number of range index. Okay, if you just take a look, and also over here you guys can see what are these data types. You guys can see how many float numbers you have over here and how many integer numbers, and in total how many objects you do have over here. So you'll get a better idea about this particular thing. And the other one is the inbuilt function is df dot describe. Okay, let's then open parenthesis, and if I just click on shift and enter, here now you guys can see that I do have the count. Okay, I do have the mean value, I do have the minimum value, there is the std value over here, there is 25 percentile, 50 percentile, the 75 percentile, and also the max option. Okay, so if you just take a look over here in the dot describe, you guys will notice that if I just come here and if you try to find where is the name contract type, okay, you guys won't be able to get that, because as this one is a string, okay, or this one is basically a text, so there is no mean value of text, right? So if you have any of this, like all of the things where you do have the strings and stuff, okay, there you won't be able to see the count, you won't be able to see the mean, you won't be able to see the minimum, otherwise the percentile, so you won't be able to see all those things. And here also you guys can see under dot describe, you do have 8 rows and you do have 106 columns in total. Okay, So here there is 8 columns in total. Okay, so here you guys can see 4 and also 4 over here by counting the mean, the STD, minimum, the percentile, and the maximum number in all of these categories. Okay. So I hope till this much you guys have understood, like till dot info and dot describe, how you will be able to get all those values. And now let's move on to some simpler options. Okay. So now if I just go into my home here, you guys can see that in our last class, we do have learned about how to make a CSV file. Okay. So I do have downloaded it into a CSV format. Okay. So let's take a look. So let's come over here. And if I just go back here, you guys can see I do have this particular CSV file and let me do this one in my notepad. Okay, let's click on open and now let's open the screen up. Control plus to increase the size. Okay, so if you take a look here, the full form of CSV is uh, comma separated values. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have the row indexes on the left hand side, and on top I do have the column indexes, and every value inside here is basically being separated by a comma. Okay, so now let's say over here, instead of comma, what I want to do is I want to use some other values for separator. So you guys can do it with any other values as well, whether it be a semicolon, whether it be a greater than or a less than sign. Okay. So I will tell you guys how to do that. Let's come here and let's just separate all of this. Okay. So I'll just use the colon over here. Let's use a semicolon over here as well. So semicolon over here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change the whole thing and I'll get back to you. So on my screen, you guys can see here I do have changed all the commas to the semicolon. Okay, so Control S to save it. Okay, so I will just save and I will just click on Control S to save it. So let's close this thing down right over here. And if you want to upload this one, okay, let's click on upload. And you guys can see I do have the data frame example dot CSV, and I will just open this particular file. And you guys can see now I do have opened this particular dot CSV file over here as well. Okay. So now, as you already know that here I do have the semicolon instead of the comma. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come right over here, and now I will just name this particular variable. Okay. So what I can just name is simple underscore df is equal to pd dot read underscore csv. And now I will open up the parentheses, and over here let's turn on the quote, and inside what I'm gonna do is I'm going to write the name as data frame example dot csv. Okay, so let's come here, let's type data frame example dot csv. And also over here I need to mention that I do have changed all the commas or all the separators. So over here now I will just type SEP, okay, which is known as the separator, and I will just put on the equals to sign and then again quote, and I will put the colon right over here because I do have used semicolon for the separator right over here. Okay, so let's take a look. Simple under red df equals to pd dot read underscore csv. So the name is data frame example dot csv, and I do have mentioned the separator as well. Shift and enter, and you guys can see this particular thing is being executed. Okay, but now if I just type simple underscore df, shift and enter, you guys can basically see that over here now I do have all of this fun. Okay, so it is not able to see this one. Okay, because there I didn't had any name. Okay, so this one was unnamed over here. Okay, so column 1, column 2, column 3, and column 4, and also I do have all my rows. Okay, so this is how you guys can basically read a normal CSV file, and also you guys can change the separator. Okay, so instead of the semicolon, you guys can also use some other signs and symbols from your PC. So I hope till this much it was clear. And now let's come on top, and over here let's take a look on this particular one. Okay, so if you just take a look here, you guys can see there are different name of these particular categories. So if I take this name underscore contract underscore type, okay, so let's come here and let's type df, and after that let's open up the square bracket. Okay, so here I'm going to show you that how you can basically get the unique category counts. Okay, so we are going to learn about few of the inbuilt functions which we have learned in our last class as well. Okay, so let's open the code and let's see name underscore contract underscore type. Okay, so name underscore contract underscore type. Okay, so after writing this one, what I'm gonna do is I am going to put dot value underscore counts. So this have to be in small caps. Value underscore counts. Let's use the small v instead of this one. And now as you guys can see, now over here I will be able to see all the unique category counts. Okay, so shift and enter, and now it is basically counting. Okay, so it might take some time, well, but here it's basically showing me an error. So let me just check over here. Now if I just come on top, the name uh, contract underscore type. Okay, otherwise if I just go with code underscore gender, okay, let me just go with code underscore gender. So let's come over here. Let's type code or code underscore gender. And now if I just play this one again, which is df dot value counts. Okay, let me just check out the spelling. So value underscore counts, shift and enter, and here again it shows me that there is an error. Okay, so here it shows that I do have error in code gender. Okay, so over here the same way. So over here let's try again. Let's go with this particular number right over here. Let's go with name contract type. Okay, so let's come down, and I have to use the capital letter name underscore contract underscore type. And now if I execute this shift plus enter, here you guys can see that there are three unique things, or well, two things. Well, one is cash loss and the number is this much. And over here, there is other thing known as revolving loans, which is this much in number. Okay. So here you guys can see the name and also the data type over here. So now for this chapter, let me show you guys the last thing. So over here again, I will type df, df, and now I will just open up the square bracket. And again, over here, I will type df, and again, over here inside, I will open out a square bracket. I will open up the parenthesis. I will open up the quotation, and inside quotation, I am going to write the target. Okay, so over here you guys can see. So I will just type target, and here I want to comment that let's come over here. Inside target, it should be equal to 1. Okay, so I have told that the target should be equal to 1, and if I just click on shift and enter here, now I need to make sure that I do put double equal to. Okay, so I will just put double equal to over here, and all the values in this target option which have 1 over here, they will show me the number of that. Because if you take a look here, this 10002 have target 1, but here you guys can see these other ones, they don't have target as 1. So I'm able to see, well, the 0 number have target 1, the 26 have target 1, the 40 have target 1. So this is how you guys can actually segregate between your datas. So I hope this class was clear of how you will be able to read your CSV file, how to import that, how to download that for your practice. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Python for Machine Learning tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 10, where we are going to learn the reading the CSV files using different parameters in Pandas part 2. Okay, so mostly over here we will be learning about the CSV. Okay, we will be learning about different kind of modules. We will be importing different module. We'll be learning about all those CSV things in detail. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here, you guys can see now I'm here in the home page of Jupyter. So you guys can create up a new file. But for me, what I already did is I already have created a CSV file right over here. Okay, so I do have created this particular Jupyter notebook. And now as we are going to learn about CSV, so let's come here. Now let's click on A to create a new cell on top. And I am going to make this one as a markdown cell. So let's click on M. Let's come here. Let's put hash. And I am going to type CSV shift plus enter to execute. And here you guys can see now it is showing me as a heading. Okay. So whenever you are working over here, make sure to import your pandas and also make sure to import your numpy as np. Okay, so over here if you take a look, I also do have imported string io and bytes io. Okay, so over here now you guys might be a little confused about all of this, but over here we are going to learn about these things in detail. So make sure to import all of this. Okay, and after that now let's come here and let's look into this particular CSV file. Okay. So if you take a look at this particular CSV file right over here, you guys can see that this is how a CSV file looks like. So the full form of CSV is comma separated values. Okay. So let me just type that over here. Let me just create a comment and let's type CSV equal to comma separated values. So if you see over here, now this is basically, I do have the name of the columns, and also here this slash n means that to go on to the next line. Okay, so over here I do have these values, then over here I'm telling to go back to the next line, and over here also I'm going back to the next line over here. Okay, so but if I come here and let's say I will just add another cell, well, shift and enter, let's come to this one and let's click on B to add a cell underneath. And over here if I want to print, let's say if I just type my underscore data, shift and enter, here you guys can see now it's not showing me a data frame quite like this. Okay, so this is not showing me a data frame quite over here. So if you want to check that what kind of data it is at this point of time, so I'm just going to write type and I'm going to put this one inside a parenthesis. Okay, now let's click on shift and enter, and here you guys can see now, this particular data, which I already have here, this is basically a string. Okay. But just by a simple look, you are able to understand that, well, this is a CSV file. And also, if you want to create a CSV file, you can also create in a simple way. Like you guys can just take all of this data from here. Let's say I'll just copy this data. And after that, if you just put that into your notebook and just name your notebook as the name .csv, which will turn this into a CSV file. And after that, you guys can go to your home page and basically upload this one. But the main thing over here is I want you guys to understand that how a CSV file works. Okay. So over here, if you see this kind of data and you know that, well, this is a CSV file and I want to turn this normal string data into a CSV file from these pandas or from your Jupyter file only by uploading pandas or with the help of all these libraries, then what you need to do is you need to type pd dot read underscore CSV. Okay. So over here, you need to make sure that you write this one. And after that, here you guys know that I do have imported the string IO. Okay. So if I just come over here in string IO and if I just click on shift and tab here now, let's go back and let's come here. Let's just close this thing down and let's come here as well. And if I just come here in this string.io, let's click on shift and tab. So, well, again, let's see over here, like shift and tab. If you take a look here, the text input and output implementation using an in-memory buffer. Okay. So over here, the string IO basically does that. And again, from here, basically, I will be turning that pd dot read. Let's come here, read underscore CSV. Let's open parenthesis over here and here as well. And now if I just click on shift and enter, you guys can already see that I do have already created this particular data frame. So now over here, we are basically going to learn that if, as you guys can see over here, I do have three columns. But what you want to do is you only want to get the values which are present inside column 1 and column 3. Okay. So in that particular case, what you need to do. So first thing first, using which I do have read this particular CSV file, I will just copy this one. Okay. And I will just paste this one in the next cell. Okay. And over here, as I'm creating this data frame, I will just name this one as df equals to pd dot read underscore csv, then put your parenthesis string.io, then put the name of your string, okay, over here, the string type. And after that, what you need to do is just make sure that you put on a comma. Okay, so make sure you put on a comma over here, and after that use the keyword known as use calls. Okay, so I will just type use calls equals to, now let's open up the square bracket. So I'll just open up the square bracket, and over here you guys can see I want to get access to col 1 and col 3. So now I will just open my quote as well. So let's write col 1, comma, let's open quote again. So I will just write col 3. Okay, so as you guys can see right over here, now I will put, or not here basically, I do have put it in the wrong place. Well, I should have put it right over here. So again, let's come here and let me just copy this one and Control X. Let's come here, Control V to paste it. And now if I just click on Shift and Enter, you guys can see this particular line of code is basically being executed. Okay. So if you want to name this one as well, so let's click on Enter. I am going to name this one as reading from some specific columns. So let's come here. Let's write reading from some specific columns. And now I will again execute this particular code of line. And now, as you guys can see, the value of col 1 and col 3 is df. So if I just come here and if I just type df and shift and enter, here you guys can see now I do have this data frame where I only have the value of column 1 and column 3, because using the use calls option, I do have mentioned that I want only the values of column 1 and column 3 of my data CSV file, which I do have created. Okay, so this is about that. And also here you guys can see this particular df, if I want to save this one into a CSV file, this particular data frame, if I want to change it to a CSV file, so for that I will just type df dot to underscore CSV, then I will just open parenthesis. Now let's open quote and I will just name this one. So I will just write this one as example dot csv, and now you guys can just click on shift and enter. And now if you just take a look over here, let me just reload this particular page. So here this particular page is getting reloaded. Okay, let's come right over here. And basically you guys will be able to see that I do have this example.csv file. Okay, so which is this particular file over here. So you guys can just convert this into a CSV file right over here as well. So I hope you guys do have understood till this much. And now what we are going to do is we are basically going to specify different columns and their data types. Okay, So for that, what I need to do is I need to create up a particular set of data. So let me just create a comment over here. Okay, so let's come here, take this cell comment, and I'm going to name this one as specifying the columns data types. So specifying the data types of the columns. So for that, now let's click on enter. The first thing what I'm going to do is basically I am going to create this same kind of data. So I already do have one. Okay, so here basically as you guys can see, I do have created in my notebook. What I can do is I can just copy this one, Control C to copy. Now let's go back to my browser again, and over here now I am going to click on Control V to paste it. Okay, so you guys can see that I already do have this particular data right over here. And now the next thing what I'm gonna do is Shift plus Enter. And here you guys can see it won't basically execute. Okay, so if you just click on Shift plus Enter right over here, it will just show you an error. So here basically I had this indentation, so I will just close this particular indentation. And as you guys can see, now I do have defined this particular string. Okay. So you already know that what all you need to do if you want to turn this particular string back. So for that now I will just copy this one. Okay. Control C, and I will just paste it right over here in Control V. Okay. And instead of my data, I am going to put diff data. Okay. So over here, as you guys can see, now I do have put out the name as div data. Here now the main thing, let's try to understand. Okay. So here we will specify that as I do have this particular data, we already know that we are going to turn it into a frame of data. But now we want to tell our system that what kind of data I want, whether I want it in form of a string, whether I want it in form of an integer, in form of a float, or any other things. Okay, so basically I will be able to mention that quite easily right over here. Okay, so for that now the next thing is I will just come here, I will just give a comma, and what I'm going to write is I'm going to type d type. Okay, so you need to make sure that you are typing d type, and you are just putting on to the equals to sign, and let's say I want it to be an integer. Okay, so now I will just close parenthesis right over here, and as you guys can see, now I do have told, well, df is equal to pd dot read underscore csv strings io, and here you do have this div data. Okay, over here, and now d type is going to be integer. So if I just click on shift and enter, you guys can see this particular line of code is being executed. And now if I just type div df and shift and enter, here you guys can see that here it is basically showing me that all of these things are actually integers. Okay, so in case of integers, let's say if I want to come here and if I want to access anything, let's say if I just come down and if I type, let's say df, then I will just open up the square bracket, I will open up the quotation, and now I want to check the value of z. Shift and enter, and here you guys can see that here it is showing me that 1, 5, and 9, because under z I do have 1, 5, and 9 over here. You guys can see the name, okay, and also the data type is integer 32. Okay, and also if you want to specifically take any numbers, let's say you want to specifically take this number 9. Okay, So in that particular case, what you're gonna do is you're gonna come here. Let me just copy this one using Control C, Control V to paste it. Now let me just open up another square bracket. And in that particular square bracket, let's put on the number. Okay, let's go 2, which is the integer like index number. And here you guys can see in the outcome, I do have 9. Okay, so instead of integer data type, if I want to choose some other data type, okay, let's say if I want to go with the string data type, okay, I can also do that. So let me show you guys about that. So I will just go string and shift and enter. And here, you guys can see that here there is no string. Okay, the string is not defined. But now if I just go with float, okay, shift and enter. And now I will just come here, shift and enter. And you guys can see now I do have it in decimal numbers as well. Okay, here you guys can see dot 0 has been added. So in the same way, if I did have more strings over here, I can just take it in form of a string as well. And the same way, if I just click on shift here, you guys can see that now this is a float data type. Okay, so this is how you guys can basically read from specific columns. Okay, and the like this is how you this is the way of specifying data types of the columns. So now over here, we will learn some other ways, like let's say here I do have 4 columns, like how I will be able to change the data type of each column individually. We will learn about that as well. Okay. So for that, now let's copy this particular statement and let's come over here and let's just paste it. Okay. Control V over here. And now instead of this data type here, as you guys can see, I am just writing equals to uh, a particular value. But here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create dictionary. Okay. So as you guys can see, what are the values, which is Z, Y, X, and W. So let's say over here for Z, I am going to create a key. Okay. So let's put colon. And now over here, I am going to tell that, well, this is going to be an integer. Okay, so now I will just put comma. And after that, again over here, now I am going to type y and its value. It's going to be a float, comma, is w, and I'm going to make its key value pair, and I'm going to put this one as int 64. Okay, so now let's click on shift and enter. And over here now I do have executed this code. And now if I just type df, shift and enter, here you guys can see. Now according to my comment here, the y was a float. So I do have the decimal numbers. And over here for z and w, I did have this one as normal integer. And over here, this one last as the integer 64. Okay. So if you want to access numbers, let's type df. So let's type df, and now I'll just open up the square bracket, and over here now I want to check y. Okay, so I want to check y, and inside y I'll just open up the square bracket, and I want to get this particular value known as 6.0. Okay, so I will just put one number. And now let's click on shift and enter. And here you guys can see I do have 6.0. Okay, so the same way, if you want to come here, if you want to check out the data type, okay, let me just open parenthesis and let me just close parenthesis over here, and if I just write type, shift and enter, here you guys can see numpy dot float 64. Okay, so this have turned into a float data type from an integer data type. Okay, so this is how you guys can work. And also in total, if you want to check what all the data type has been totally used in this whole df data frame, so for that you guys can just type df dot d types. Okay, so you guys can just type that, shift and enter. Here you guys can see that in Z integer 32 is being used, in Y float 64, in X integer 64, W integer 64, and data type is object. Okay, so over here all these data type are object data type. We have to understand about that. So now from my notepad here, as you guys can see, I will just take this particular data, Control C, and now let's go to my browser back again and Control V to paste it. Okay. So over here now, as you guys can see that I do have this particular data in form of a string. So I will just click on Shift plus Enter, and as you guys can see, this is being executed. So if you take a look here, the first or the columns are index, comma, A, B, and C. Okay. So over here now I already want to put the index. But over here now, if I just come here and let's say Control C and Control V over here, and let's come to this particular position, and I am going to write underscore one data. So shift and enter. Okay. So here you guys can see there is incomplete output because I need to put another square bracket over here. So if you take a look now, here you guys can see that indexing is basically happening by default onto the left hand side. Okay, but here now, as you guys can see, the index inside the index 9 and 4 number is coming. Okay, but over here I already do have an index and I want this 9 and 4 to be a separate number. So this is basically called index column, and in case you want to do that, let's come here. Let's just copy this thing using Control C. Let's come down using Control V. And after that, let's put comma. And after, I will just type index underscore call. Okay. Equals to 0. So I'll just type that thing down right over here. Let's close down the parenthesis over here as well. And the same way, if I want my indexing to be from here, then I can just put 1. So now shift and enter, and you guys can see now the indexing is over here in the 0th column. Okay, and here you guys can see I do have my ABC. So the same way, if I want to change this one, now shift and enter, you guys can see now I do have this one, okay, over here, which is the index 1. And the way, if you want to put this index 2, shift and enter, you guys can see this. And also you guys can just put 3, shift and enter, and that is how it will basically look like. You want to, if you want to specify which particular column you want as index, you guys can basically choose that. And by default, you guys can also tell that, well, that 0th number is basically the 1. Okay, so I will just put on the equals to sign, and let's go with 0, shift and enter, and this is how it basically works. So now let's come on top over here. Now let's copy Control C, and let's come down and let's paste it. Okay, So as you guys can see over here, but now what I'm gonna do is I am going to delete out the first item from here, and over here I am going to delete the last key. Okay, so let's also come over here and let's delete the last key as well. Let's come here and let me just come to this particular place as well. Shift and enter to execute. As you guys can see, the value is one data over here. So now over here, now what you want to do is if you want to do index column, okay, so like as you guys can see, I do have these three values, and also over here I do have three values. If you normally want to print, let's come here, control C, control V, and let's click shift and enter, and let's come here, shift and enter to execute again. Here you guys can see already at this particular point I do have the value of A as 9 and 4, the value of B as football and black, and the value of C column is basketball and song. So the same way, basically it is kind of showing me quite like this over here. And over here now, let's say if you want to change this, let's come here and control C, control V to paste it. Now let's come over here, comma, I will just type index underscore call is equal to true. Okay, so if you just type this thing out right over here, shift and enter, here you guys can see the index call couldn't be true. Okay, so over here if you just turn this into false, okay, so let's go with false and shift and enter. Now here you guys can basically see how it actually looks. Okay, so that is how it actually works. And if you want to check this particular string, now let's click on shift and tab. Here you guys can see the data type, and here also in the data type you guys will be able to see that this none is basically activated over here. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys to have understood this particular class on the CSV, like how you will be able to import the string.io, how to change a normal string into a CSV file, also how to read from some specific columns over here. Okay, we have learned that how to specify the data types of the column, how to change those accordingly, and also over here lastly we do have learned that how to work with the dictionaries over here, and also over here about the index columning. Okay, so I hope this whole tutorial was helpful for you guys, and just keep on practicing numpy and also the pandas that you can work quite efficiently in machine learning. So these are the basic that you should learn once you're getting started with machine learning. So take care everyone, keep on practicing and keep learning more. Hello everyone. So now this is the time for our class project where I'll be creating a data frame. Okay, so first we will look at what are the steps that we need to follow to create a data frame. Then we will move on into our practical part of creating a data frame in Jupyter Notebook. So let's not waste much time and let's just move on to the steps that what all we need to follow first. So over here, you guys can see the name of the class project is creating a data frame. So in description, it says that creating a data frame using pandas and NumPy is highly advantageous for data analysis and manipulation. So by importing pandas and NumPy, you can generate and manage structured data efficiently. So now let's move on to the steps of what all we need to follow. create a new Jupyter notebook file. Step 2, import your pandas and numpy accordingly. Step 3, select the number of characters, name of rows and columns. Step 4, execute the line of code. Step 5, write the name of the data frame dot head to view the whole data frame. And the last step is save the file and upload it in our project panel. So for outcome, data frames simplify complex data management tasks, enhance data analysis capabilities, and support interactive data exploration and reporting. So now we will move on to our Jupyter notebook and we'll see that how you guys can basically create a data frame. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of Jupyter. So in our classes, we do have learned that how to create your Jupyter notebook. So come from here and let's click on new and I'll just click on notebook. And here you guys can see it will basically get created. I will select Python 3 and from here, let's name this one as CP1, which is class project 1. And I will just name this one as CP1. Okay. So the first thing to do over here is you need to import your pandas and your numpy. Okay. So I will just write import pandas as PD and import numpy as NP. Okay. So once you are done, let's click on Shift and Enter, and both of this library has been exported into my Jupyter notebook. So now let's start writing the data frame. So for data frame, I will just type df and then I will just put on the equal to sign. And now the next thing is I will just import my panda. So PD for panda as I have imported in form of PD. So PD dot data frame. Okay, so this is the data frame function. So I will just type data frame. And once you have typed data frame, now you need to open your parenthesis. Okay, so now if you want to see that what all you need to do from here. So from here, let's click on Shift and Tab. And here you guys can see you have to put on data, the index, like the row number and the column number. You guys can also choose that what kind of data type it's going to be. Okay. So over here now I will import the numpy, which is np dot arrange. Okay. So this is a function because here it will signify that what all numbers I want. Okay, so let me just go from 0 to 15. Okay, so I want to take 0 to 15 numbers, but over here it will be printed till 14. But in total, I will have 15 characters to work with. Okay, so once this is done, so I will come here and I will just put dot reshape. Okay, so here they're asking me that how many dimensional arrays am I looking for. Okay, so I will just create a normal two-dimensional array. And over here now, let's tell that I want 3 rows. Okay, so I will just put 3, comma 5. Okay, so that is 3 rows and in total 5 columns. Okay, so now once this is done as well, I will just put on comma. So let's put out a comma and now let's name the index. So I will just type index equals to, okay, and let's open up the square bracket. And now I will just name this one. Let's go with row 1. Okay, and I have to put this one inside quote. So let's come here and now let's go with row 2, comma, row 3. Okay, so as you guys can see now over here, basically I do have mentioned 3 rows. Okay, because here in reshape I told that I will have 3 rows. So I will just put on comma over here, and now it's time to write the name of the columns. So I will just type column equal to, and let's open out the square bracket. Okay, and now let's write the name of the column. So let me just go with column 1, comma, column 2, comma, column 3, comma, column 4, and column 5. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have written out these particular columns right from here. So let's come here, and as you guys can see, now I do have mentioned that, well, here you are basically going to have 3 columns, and here like you're going to have 3 rows and 5 columns. So as this is basically done, now I do have total 15 characters. Now let's click on shift and enter, and this particular thing is basically getting executed. Okay, so here you guys can see that you got an unexpected keyword argument over here, which is columns. So here I do have written column instead of columns. Okay, so now again, let's come here, let's click on shift and enter, and this will basically work now. And as this is done, now if I want to view it, okay, so for that, the name of my data frame is df dot head, and let's open parenthesis. Now shift and enter to execute, and you guys can see this is the data frame which I do have created. So 3 rows, and I do have 5 columns, and in total I do have 15 characters. So it's starting from 0 and it's ending at 14. So I have to mention it till 15. If you guys already know about index numbering, you guys are clear about that. So now you need to just save this particular file. Well, you guys can just save it, or you guys can download it from here, or just save this particular notebook, and make sure to upload this file into our project panel, that I can view and get back to you guys. If you do have any problem, please let us know, and I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone. So now this is the time for our class project 2, where I'll be showing you guys how to read us.csv file. Okay. So now first we will look onto the steps that we need to follow, then we will move on to the practical part of it. So now let's see what are the steps that we need to follow first. So the name of the class project is reading a .csv file. Description: reading a .csv file in Pandas is a straightforward process that allows you to load tabular data into a data frame for analysis and manipulation. To achieve this, you use the pd.read/csv function from the pandas. So now the steps. Step 1, create a new Jupyter notebook file. Step 2, input pandas and numpy accordingly. Step 3, copy the file address from your PC. Step 4, import your pd.read_csv formula and paste the file address inside the parentheses. Step 5, put the address inside quotation and write the dot head function to view the file. And step 6 is save the file and upload it in our project panel. So the pd.read_csv function also offers various parameters to customize how the file is read, such as specifying delimiters, handling headers, and managing missing values, making it a versatile tool for loading data from .csv files. So now let's move on to the Jupyter notebook and let's see how the practical thing is done. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of Jupyter. First thing first, let's create a new Jupyter notebook. Okay. So over here now, my new Jupyter notebook is being created. I will seek Python 3 from here. And now let's name this one as CP2. Okay, so I will just name this one as CP2. And now what I'm gonna do, the first thing is I'm going to import the pandas and the numpy. So I will just write import pandas as PD and import numpy as NP. Shift and enter to execute the code. And now I will start exporting the CSV file. Okay, so if you don't have any CSV file, I do have told you inside the class from where you guys can download. Okay, so there is kaggle.com. So now let's type df for data frame is equal to pd, which is the panda. So I will just write pd dot read underscore CSV. And now I will just open parenthesis right over here. Okay. So now let's just move this one down. Let's click on Shift and Tab. Here you guys can see. Now I need to basically put out the location. Here you guys can see I do have all of these parameters over here. So now let's come over here, and from here now let's go to the file. Okay. So I will just come to my folder where I do have saved. So now let's go to this resource file. And now I will just go to this archive one. Okay. And from the archive one, basically I will be choosing this particular name. Well, so let's come here and now right click and let's click on copy address, and I will just come right over here. Now let's click on Control V to paste, as you guys can see. So I will just come here. Now I will just give another slash. So let's give another slash, and now let's name this particular file. Okay, which is, let's come here to rename. I will just take out this whole thing and Control C to copy, and now Control V to paste. Okay, so Control V to paste, and now over here I am going to put this whole thing inside the quote. Okay, so I will just put this one inside quote, and now you just need to put R over here that it is able to read the particular file which you have given. Okay, so as I'm over here now, let's click on Shift and enter, and here you guys can see now they do have read this particular file. And now if you do want to print this one, let's go with df dot head, and let's open and close parenthesis. So now Shift and enter, and basically here you guys can see that now you do have imported this particular CSV file which you had inside your PC. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys to have understood that how you will be able to open up a CSV file and basically read it out. And there are also different methods which you guys can use. to get access to more, like if you want to get description about that particular file or if you want to get information. So let's go with df.info uh, and shift and enter. Here you guys can see that in total how many index you have, okay, how many total entries over here, and you guys can also see the total number of columns. So yeah, I hope this particular class was clear. So now the last thing is that you just save the file using Control S from your keyboard and just make sure to upload this file into our project panel. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone.